What up? What up? Start with news this time, I guess. Why not? Market's up. Still neutral, I would say. It looked like it was going to be bearish yesterday, but I think it's still up for debate. Wanted to see this. Apple announces MacBook Neo, most affordable laptop. 3-day hardware blitz. It's already seen refreshes. $599. MacBook Neo's Apple's first dedicated budget Mac in more than a decade. It's the clearest attempt to challenge Google Chromebooks. Simply no other laptop. Laptop features 13-inch display, lightweight metal body that comes at 2.7 pounds. Colorful finish. 500 nits of brightness, on par with the MacBook Air, along with 2 USB-C ports and a headphone jack. Base model comes with 256 gigabytes of storage, while a version priced $100 higher doubles the capacity and adds Touch ID. It is also offering education discounts. They always do that. MacBook Neo goes up for pre-order on Wednesday and will be available starting March 11th. Apple said it delivers up to 16 hours of battery life and it comes in indigo, blush, blah, blah, blah. MacBook Air has 18 hours of battery life. Apple's low-cost MacBook was already on open secret by the time it launched. I didn't know about this. On Tuesday, Apple briefly posted a regulatory filling for the device, model A3404. Unlike MacBook Air and Pro, which runs on Apple's M series processors, the Neo uses the A18 Pro chip, same family of the silicon that powers the iPhone. Oh, interesting. So it's basically like an iPhone in laptop form. That's weird. That gives Apple room to push price dramatically lower. Even it comes with less processing power than the rest of the Mac lineup. Even though it runs on an iPhone class chip, the Neo still uses the full macOS operating system found across Apple laptops. That's actually wild. Throughout the week, Apple has been pitching faster chips, more memory, and Apple Intelligence pushed deeper across its lineup, including lower cost devices. Neo brings the same approach to part of the market Apple has mostly seeded for years. Company said the device can run artificial intelligence tasks up to 3 times faster than PC laptops. Mac revenue fell nearly 7%, missing analyst expectations. On Tuesday, MacBook Air prices rose $100. So they're just trying to push this, I guess. Does it even have like? It doesn't even look like it has like a camera or anything. What's up, Jared? How you doing? It's just a bare bones laptop. It's kind of cool, actually. Have I heard of Goldbacks? Yeah, isn't that the what the dollar was before JFK, right? Changed it? I think it's JFK. Can't remember exactly what president it was. Yeah, it doesn't even have a camera or anything. They don't have very many photos of it. Is there like a Apple Mac Neo? What's up, Moose? Varley, how you doing, bro? I want to see, is there like a review of it or anything? I just want to see what it looks like the front of it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it has a camera or anything. It's kind of cool. Powered by an iPhone chip, huh? Look up the new Goldbacks. What would I Google? Just new Goldbacks. Oh, maybe I don't know what these is. I thought you were talking about the dollar. Why am I looking this up though? New goldbacks, a currency organized in small dependent dominations. Each goldback is protected by several anti-counterfeiting measures, including serial numbers, intricate artwork, and a raised reverse image on the back. So they're just trying to make goldbacks look like cards, basically. One goldback's $10. Goldbacks are made with real 24 karat gold, precious metal that holds its value over time, making it inflation-resistant currency. Goldbacks are a local alternative currency available in increasing numbers of U.S. states. Each series features artwork inspired by culture, history, and natural beauty of region. I mean, I would never buy this ever. I'm not interested in any commodity, really. Unless it's like a trade. You know. That's the only way, like, commodities are interesting, is like, if you're trading it. But I would never invest in commodities. Not it, like, commodities don't have any value. Like, they obviously they have value, but they don't produce anything. I think there's a clip of Warren Buffett talking about commodities, and I think it explains perfectly why commodities are dumb. Well, gold, I guess.
If you go back to the time of Christ and you look at how many hours of labor you had to give up in order to buy an ounce of gold, and you take it forward to now, you'll find the compound rate maybe a tenth or 0.2%, you know, and then you have to insure it during that time and make sure, you know, somebody doesn't steal it from you and everything. But it doesn't produce anything. And productive assets, you can pay too much for a productive asset. But I bought a farm in the 1980s, and every year look at how much it produced with soybeans and corn. And at the end of that period, I've still got the farm, and I've gotten some significant income off of it. Apartment house, operating business. But if you and I buy various cryptocurrencies, they're not going to multiply. They're not going to be a bunch of rabbits sitting there in front of us. They're just going to sit there.
It's not really, I mean, you get the idea.
Let's say you've taken that $10,000 and you'd listen to the prophets of doom and gloom around you, and you'll get that constantly throughout your life. And instead you'd use the $10,000 to buy gold. Now for your $10,000, you're in your safe deposit box, and you'd have your 100 ounces of gold, and you could look at it, but it didn't produce anything. And what would you have today? You would have 300 ounces of gold, just like you had in March of 1942, and it would be worth approximately $400,000. So if you decided to go with a non-productive asset, gold, instead of a productive asset, which actually was earning more money and reinvesting and paying dividends and maybe purchasing stock, whatever it might be, you would now have over 100 times the value of what you would have had with a non-productive asset. Let's say you'd taken that 10,000.
I mean, you get the idea. Just doesn't do anything. It's same with Pokemon, same with crypto. They're all basically useless. Honestly, if I'm just being honest, all that stuff's useless. If you're buying a, crypto business, Bitcoin miner or something, sure. You're buying a gold mining company, sure, it's completely different. But if you're just like investing in gold, investing in crypto, investing in Pokemon, like, sure, it'll probably go up, it'll probably work out, but like, there's just nothing behind it. There's just nothing behind it. Just thought it was interesting. I got one as a gift, so I started looking into it. Yeah, they're kind of cool, but I don't find that I like business. That's kind of where I'm at this point. Business is all I would ever invest in. And, I mean, I'm kind of only investing in GameStop, so I'm also pretty biased as well, but, like, even if I was interested in gold or crypto, I'd be buying, a mining company. If I was invested in, well, for a trade, maybe I would like buy gold for like a short-term trade or like something like that, but like to invest in for like the future, I just don't really see it. I just can't see it. Gold sat stagnant for 12 years and now it's finally going up. Like it's probably going to stay stagnant for another 10 years most likely. Who knows? But they are cool. I like the art on them. But same with art. Art doesn't produce anything. Art's just, you buy it and it looks nice. A gold tooth? I feel like that would like get messed up. Get some grills or something. I don't know. Jewelry's a whole different thing. I think jewelry is like absolutely like the dumbest thing ever. But I don't even want to go down that topic. I have nothing good to say about jewelry. Watches, that can be, yeah. Jewelry's, I don't like jewelry. You're not getting a GME chain after Moaz? Hell no. Hell no. If you ever see me wearing jewelry, then something went wrong. Jesus Christ. Gemini encouraged a man to commit suicide to be with his, quote, AI wife in the afterlife. That's insane. That's insane. 3 retro Mario titles are coming to Nintendo Switch online on Mario Day. TikTok won't add end-to-end encryption DMs. 2 DMs. Meta signs multi-million AI licensing deal with News Corp. Whatever that is. Damn, High Guard's already shutting down. Last day is March 12th. Down Detector and Speed Test have been sold for over $1 billion. Who bought it? Sold at Connectivity Division, which includes Ookla Speed Test and Down Detector, to Accenture. I don't know what Accenture is. I don't know what Accenture is. Never heard of it. To require AI labels on armed conflict videos from paid creators. Wait. X will require certain AI content from paid creators to be properly labeled. Well, that's good. I'm gonna get an iced out Ryan Cohen pendant that spins. What are you, John Cena, bro? You John Cena, bro? It's John Cena! You're gonna get a giant fucking championship belt with a spinner on it. Call of Duty's getting a new battle royale. Not very many interesting things. Maybe I started the stream a little too early. A Walking Dead revival series? Shit, son. With Rick Grimes? I'd actually watch this probably. The team consider making a reunion show that reunite original characters. Oh, so it's not a thing. People wanted to see what happened to Rick. I think it was the great part. Wait, is that already out or something? I don't know anything about this. The Ones Who Live. Wait, is this already a thing? I'll need to check that later. I'd watch that. I think I'd watch that. Rick's the go to that show. Just not much news, not much news. I got a 30-inch Cuban gold chain for my birthday when I was 16 for my uncle. I only wear it inside the house. It makes you feel like a baller. I don't know. Maybe. I wouldn't feel like a baller. I'd feel like a fucking clown, honestly. Like, that's pretty cool, though. Cubans are actually, like, if you're going to buy any jewelry, I think a Cuban's going to be your best bet. But I just do not like jewelry at all. Like, jewelry doesn't look good, in my opinion. So people are only wearing jewelry to flex, realistically. Like, you're only wearing a nice watch because you want, like, maybe, you know, there's probably some people out there that just like wearing watches, but I'm the worst person to talk about this with. I hate jewelry. I think it's the dumbest thing. Like, jewelry to me is like tattoos, straight up. I don't like tattoos either. It's just like, I don't know. I just, not a fan. Not a fan. Some ignorant type shit, basically telling the world you got messed up priorities unless you real about it and got it like that. Yeah, exactly. If you're like super rich and, you know, you can blow money like that and it doesn't affect you, that's a totally different thing. Even if I was that rich, though, I would never buy jewelry. I would never get tattoos. But most people who have, like, those things, I don't know. I can't really say anything about their character or anything like that because maybe they just like it, but like, why? I'd be curious to see like why people like that type of stuff, and could they be honest about the reason why they like it? I guess I just don't really understand like wanting to like change your appearance to stand out, I guess, or like get more attention or whatever it may be. I guess I just don't understand that. Like if I had a tattoo and like someone was like, "Yo, that's sick," I'd be like, no, it's not." But like, no, it's not. Although I've seen some cool ones. I've seen some cool ones. I won't lie. I've seen some cool ones, but I would never get it. Like, for example, I don't. Hopefully, this person doesn't watch the stream. I don't think they do, but I know someone who got like an Elden Ring tattoo. You know, like, do you think in 5-10 years they're gonna still like care about Elden Ring? Like that's just a weird tattoo, you know. That's just a weird. I feel like tattoos are like an impulse thing, straight up. I don't feel like a lot of people actually like think about the future. Maybe I think it's like an impulse thing. You have the money, and you want to get something. You want to blow the money or something. It's got to be an impulse thing. Like, there's no way someone's like, I'm gonna get this tattoo, and I'm gonna still like it in 10 years. Like, nobody's thinking like that. Nobody's thinking like that. I guess, you know, in some ways jewelry could be an investment, I suppose, but I think that's a very fine line. Because if you're buying like diamonds and shit, that is not an investment. Most diamonds are fake. And also the issue with jewelry is it's marked up so much. Like, even if you're buying something like a Cuban, the cost of buying a Cuban versus just buying like the equivalent amount of gold is probably like 200 or 300% more, most likely. Unless you're able to finesse a deal from someone who needs to get rid of it, I suppose. But then it's like, now, but then it's like, you know, what's I'd be worried about a lot of factors buying a piece of jewelry like that from someone random. I got some tattoos when I was 19. Now, as a professional in my 30s, I hate it just in a work setting, but I cover them up with sleeves. Otherwise, I like them still. I did draw them, so they're meaningful. Okay, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. You're like putting your own art on your body. That's fair. See, I don't understand tattoos, so it's good to see like a perspective. Tattoos for me is an appreciation of art. My tattoos have slight meaning, but they're more so art pieces by some of my favorite artists. I find somebody I really enjoy and give free reign. But why do you want that on your body, though? Like, what's If you, I understand appreciating the art, but like, why wouldn't you just buy the art? What's the point of having it on your body? I guess that's, I don't understand that. I think my oldest tattoo is 17 years old. No regards. Regards. No regards. It's an art form in itself, and I mean, why do anything? I guess, yeah. I suppose. I suppose, I suppose. But is there like a selfish reason there? Do you like in some ways want people to notice the art and like say something about it, or is it just you just like it? That's what I'd be curious about. Consumer scratch, tech leading the way, energy down, obviously. Dude, isn't there mortgage data today? Still like 6 mortgage applications went up though. Mortgage market index, Jesus Christ, that's up a lot. Fucking real estate. And this is my biggest problem with this is like, I know how much fucking tattoos cost, especially if you want a good artist. Like what's I guess I just don't get the point. I guess I just don't get the point. I guess also most people I know that have tattoos are broke, so it's like I don't know why they choose that over like not being a brokey. So maybe that's also maybe my like view on it is just negative. Damn, mortgage refi. Holy shit. Mortgage refi just hit a high. Damn. Mortgage refis hit a high, chat. That's crazy. That's crazy. Wild, wild. Wild stuff there. Interesting, interesting. So it's like basically a lot of refis because the purchase index is down. Man, real estate is so interesting right now. Real estate's the most interesting it's been in a long time. Most of my stuff isn't invisible unless you got me naked. Okay. I wish I could add some more, but yeah, now especially tattoos are so expensive if you want to get them done right. Yeah, for sure. If you don't know someone, it's gonna be tough. I get compliments all the time. It is odd to say the least, only because I don't like the small talk with strangers. I got an entire arm leg sleeve for $400, not too spendy. Oh, that's not bad, because I've heard like I mean, really good artists could be like a couple $100 an hour potentially. Real estate is exciting. What do you anticipate? I mean, it depends. I think there's one factor that really could the government actually make it so institutions can't buy real estate. If that's something they could actually do, I think that would be negative on real estate and prices wouldn't increase. But if that's not something that is even like in the cards, which I just don't know enough about that, then real estate's probably the best investment right now, straight up. I think. I mean, besides GameStop, obviously. But if I was like a rich person, I'd be buying real estate right now, 100%. Even if I was like someone who was like renting and I had a decent amount of money or something, potentially real estate is a very interesting buy right now, just because rates are going to be so cheap. Or yeah, rates are going to be like pretty cheap here in like 2 to 3 years. So you could buy, you could get a really good deal on a house right now. And then 2 or 3 years down the road, that house is probably going to be worth quite a bit more just because rates are going to be down. And also if everything keeps increasing in prices, the house in itself is going to be more valuable. It's also, real estate's also location. I think that's the key words to real estate, right? Location, location, location. So obviously location comes into play as well. But in general, the economics are pointing that real estate's probably the best investment right now, straight up. But it also depends what your goals are, I guess, because real estate isn't going to outperform the stock market. Unless the stock market unless the stock market's going to be bearish for the next 5-10 years, sure, then real estate will outperform. But if you think the market's bullish, real estate probably will never outperform the market, most likely. But as like a real let me put it this way: as a real world asset, real estate's number one right now, 100%. There's not a better investment. And you can also Airbnb, you can rent, you could house hack, you could do so many things with real estate. My only issue with real estate though is increasing taxes, and that's about it, I think. And increasing like maintenance cost. Increasing maintenance cost is worrying, because like I feel like if taxes, land or property taxes get way too high, or maintenance costs get way too high, it's going to affect how people view real estate, and maybe it's not going to get the price appreciation that it should. Because if owning a house is just as expensive as renting, I mean, or even more expensive than renting in some cases, I think a lot of people are going to stay away from it, potentially. Obviously, if I didn't already own a house, I'd probably never buy a house if I didn't already own one. Most likely. I would just buy more shares of something and sell calls, or like, the reason why, like, think of this, like, sure, I have pretty cheap mortgage right now, probably like $1,100, maybe like $1,300 after like all the utilities and stuff. So my living situation is cheap. But imagine I sold my house and sold it for like $500,000, paid off the mortgage. I'd be back with like 300 grand. I mean, theoretically, I'd just put it all into GameStop most likely. So, 300,000 divided by 24, that'd be like 12,000 shares of GameStop. I mean, how much are calls right now? So, 12,000 divided by 100. You could sell 120 calls with that, basically. Let me, one sec, I gotta open up this chart. Covered calls would have been a play a month ago. I'm sure covered calls are the same price as they were a month ago. It's just theta decreases, but it's not really the point. Like with what I'm about to talk about has nothing to do with like timing the market or anything. Like, so it's March 4th. Say I wanted to so if I want like a 24, I mean, this is because of earnings. Earnings makes these a little more expensive. So let's just go off a weekly one. I don't know when earnings is, so the calls are really expensive right now, actually. It's kind of weird. But either way. So I said 120 calls. Every call is $174 right now. So rent is like, I mean, fuck, let's just say you live somewhere nice and rent is like $3,000. $3,000 divided by 170. So you'd have to sell 18 calls to pay for your rent. like owning stocks is so fucking OP, dude. Like that's my only issue with real estate, is because the stock market is just so much better, bro. Like, imagine you sold all 120 calls. 120 times 174. That's 20 grand for a month, bro. That's 20 grand for a month. And your only risk is that you have to sell the shares. Like, bro. Like, in a lot of ways, owning a house is fucking stupid. Like, that's that's my only issue with real estate, is the money could be put towards something better. I mean, bro, 20 grand for, I mean, that's just 1 month. Imagine you sold a Leap, like 2020. Let's say you sold a Leap. They don't even have Leaps. We'll just do December. A 25 call is $600. Imagine you sold that. 600 times 120. That's 72 grand for the year. You're basically, like, that's insane. That's actually insane. 72 grand for a year. Like, that's wild that you can just do that. And yeah, I mean, I think that just says enough. I think that says enough. If your rent was really $3,000 a month times 12, you doubled your rent just by doing that. So, in a lot of ways, I don't like real estate, just because the stock market, in my opinion, is way better. You have so much more options. But yeah, like, if you had $1 million, or not even $1 million, if you have $500,000 in shares, you basically can just live the rest of your life and do whatever you want. And you honestly just, like, your only risk is that you have to sell the shares. But that's not even a risk, honestly. It's really not even a risk. I mean, I guess it is, you still have to pay taxes, yada fucking yada. But say you did that and the stock went up, you could just go find something else and do the exact same strategy. I guess the only negative is if the stock drops, because then you sold the covered call for no reason. in a lot of ways, and you lost the value on your stock position just to get some income. So that, that would be the negative of that. But I mean, even that doesn't seem like much of a negative, because you're still just getting free income. If you're gonna hold the shares forever anyway, you're still just getting free income. So it's like, you're just not getting that with real estate, in my opinion. I mean, what was it again? 300 grand divided by 24, so 12,500 divided by 100. Okay, so you're getting 12,500 shares that you can make like 70 grand off of. If you rented a $300,000 house, you'd probably only get like 2 grand a month, most likely, maybe 2,500. So 2,500 times 12, so 30 grand versus 70. Like, the stock market is clearly the better investment from a income perspective. But real estate does have tax benefits and stuff like that, so maybe in the end it does potentially even out, or maybe the stock market only beats it by a little bit. I think that's, if you have a good tax person, I think that's very up for debate. But yeah, I don't know, what are your opinion? I know Jake and Muma are big real estate guys. What are your opinions on what I've said so far? Jake's a real estate nerd. Where do you live? How's the landscape evolve? I'm active in Minnesota, Arizona, Florida, Texas. I like land. I live in Utah, and Salt Lake City. Utah's one of the fastest growing states in the country, so I'm chilling. I'm chilling. What's up, Ruben? How you doing, bro? People live in their cars. Shout out to the car dwellers. The American dreams. House prices need to drop. Well, they're not going to. I mean, maybe they will in certain different countries, but not in the U.S. House prices are not dropping in the U.S. Like, if you're not buying, like, literally, if you're not buying a house right now, you're kind of screwed. Like, straight up, you're kind of screwed, bro. Houses are not gonna drop. It's just not gonna happen. Selling covered calls that go to move, no cap. Yeah, I mean, what was it again? Three grand a month, and you only had to sell 17 of them or something like that. I forgot already. What was it? A 3 grand. 3 grand divided by 170. I mean, let's just go on the low end. Let's say the call, you only get 120 for the call. You still only sell 25 calls, so you're only risking selling 2,500 shares out of the 12,000 you bought. So, like, I mean, the stock market is just so OP, bro. It's so OP. If you don't have to fix anything, update, upgrade. Yeah. That's a big factor about real estate as well, is maintenance costs and property taxes. If you have a mortgage, you're paying 300,000 times 4%. I mean, that's a really low mortgage, 4%, but is that right? You're paying 12,000 a year? I don't know if I did that right. Let me go to mortgage amortization calc. It's a little bit easier. Like, there's so many little fucking fees that go into real estate. Like, the only risk you have in the stock market is the stock goes down. And if you're good at fundamental analysis and you understand the market, that's not a risk, honestly. That's really not even a risk, in my opinion. Yeah, so you're paying... Oh, okay. So I did the math wrong. So you're paying like 35 or... Holy shit. Holy shit. If you got 6% interest rate, you're paying like 18 grand a year just in interest. Like, that's crazy. That is insane. So there's just a lot of negatives in real estate, in my opinion, when you compare it to the stock market. The stock market, the only risk is the stock goes down. Holy shit, crypto's up a lot right now. Wow, look at it go. Look at it go. It's actually doing something. It's actually doing something. What a miracle. I thought the market was bearish, though. Just kidding. Nothing there. Let's see. I think you should have a balance between two. I, for one, won't be buying a house, but I'll be buying land to build one day. Interesting, interesting. I think if I was going to buy any form of real estate, it would be like a cabin or something like that. Because like if you think about a cabin or land, you're not just buying you're not just buying the house on the property. You're buying the trees, you're buying the rocks, you're buying you're buying everything. If you live in a cabin area where there's like solid wildlife, that's food. If you live in a place that is close to a lake, like that's food and water, or a river more preferably, obviously. But like, so if I was gonna buy anything, I'd buy like a cabin or like land that had really good materials on it, I guess you should say. But yeah, if they build more houses / prices drop, yeah, yes, and I mean Jake's right, yes and no. If they're not building fast enough and the demand's high, I mean, they're not going to drop. But I'm also talking about it from the United States perspective. I don't really pay attention to other countries, so I don't know what it's like in another country. I'm an American, so I'm just talking from the American perspective. There could be a bunch of countries where real estate might not even be like a good investment. It's definitely possible. I'm from a family that has been in real estate since the 70s, so I see things differently than most. I do not understand why people spend so much on houses. Yeah. I mean, you can make really good money flipping houses too. And but that's all, as that's all about analysis, and just like the stock market, you have to analyze the home and know how much it's going to cost to get it to where it needs to be to resell it for full price and all that. And you also have to get the right price on the deal in the first place. Owning a home's to be an American dream. I mean, it used to be. I don't know if it is anymore. I'm gonna buy a Home Depot home and a plot of land. There you go. There you go. Still obtainable, but you as a consumer have to be cognizant of your monthly expenses more than ever. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. And you also have to save because like you never know when the fucking heater is gonna go out or the AC unit, Basically any fix is like 5-10 grand, if not more. So there's also a lot of factors to real estate that I just don't like. I like stocks, man. Stocks are just so obvious to me. They're just so obvious. The rich need to start spending their money, stop hoarding it. I mean, they are. That's why everything's so expensive. They are spending their money. If they weren't spending their money, things wouldn't be going up as much as they are. The issue is they have too much money, so it doesn't matter when they spend it. Because they're just getting, like, they can spend any amount they want, but they're still just going to make more. And I think there's a limit on how much you can spend, honestly. As an individual. But yeah, if you ever see like a COVID type event where interest rates go really low and house prices go up a lot, I will be a seller of my house 100%. 100%. If I could go sell my house for like 800 grand or like $1 million right now, I would do it 100%. There wouldn't even be a question or a thought. Rich people are usually invested for years or decades out. My grandfather at 78 setting up deals for 2031, kind of insane. Whoa, that's weird. That's wild, actually. What do you mean by that, though? Setting up deals for 2031? So, do you think real estate's not going to appreciate in the next 5 years? Or your grandfather doesn't think that? Or he's just trying to negotiate? I don't really know what you mean by that. Corey's selling his home 2029. Probably more in the 2030s. The Olympics are going to come to Utah in like 2032 or some shit like that, and that event alone will most likely make things really expensive. The Utah real estate market is one of the best, honestly. I'm pretty lucky to be where I'm at, but I don't think I want to live here forever. And even if I do want to live here forever, I don't think I want to own a home forever. I guess we'll see though, you never know. Maybe my perception will change one day. But I'm just not sure about that. Especially after everything I just talked about, like it's so easy to make money in the market. Like you don't need physical assets. He has been on this deal since 2005. He's acquired a little over 1K acres in the same area. Damn, wow. Okay, I get what you mean then. He's just trying to buy up a bunch of, or basically a whole area. That's wild. That's actually insane. What's crazy though is someone like that, if all the effort and time they've put into real estate, they just put it into the stock market, he would probably be a multi-billionaire. That's like a crazy thing to think about. But obviously, real estate was the shit during those guys' era. I don't think I don't think real estate's going to have the same appreciation as it once had. Because also in 2005, weren't rates like 15% or something crazy like that? 15, 20%. Where is this? Oh yeah, I can't look at Max. RIP. Mortgage rate data lifetime. Oh, I guess it wasn't that much in 2005. The 1900s when it was really high. His land was the gap between vital infrastructure and keep making the gap bigger by acquiring built houses to fill the land deals, flipped house, townhouses, apartments, everything residential. Huh. That's gangster, bro. That's so cool. That's awesome. I love that. What a boss. What a boss. I mean, who knows, you know? Maybe one day fucking a company like Microsoft comes in and they want to build like a data center or some nonsense on all that land he gathered, and maybe that's how your family becomes like multi-billionaires. Just a thought. I don't think that would ever happen. Maybe, you know, that would be wild. But that's still wild. That's cool, man. That's cool. They built around one person's home till they got pushed out. I've seen something like that. I think that was like oil rigs though, potentially. It's an entire town basically is magna opus. That's fucking cool, bro. That's so cool. I love that. I love that. I couldn't do it, but I love it. I'm just lazy though, also. Like I would just want like all that money to be in a fucking business and just kick my feet up and chill. Like I wouldn't want to be like negotiating deals all the time and all that. But he probably loves it, you know. He probably also loves it. And so I think that's also the difference, you know. I'm not like in love with real estate. I think it's interesting, but that's about it. His grandpa lives in a tiny house too. He's kind of funny guy. Very low key. That's so funny, bro. He's just a multi-millionaire. He's just fucking chilling in fucking a tiny home. That's so cool. He has his minions, I being one. It's all in a company. Ah. That's dope then. That's dope. And also, I want to go back to this just because I just want to make a final point about why potentially stocks are better than any other investment. Where is it? I'm sure you were here when I already was talking about this, but where is it? Where is it? I must have went too far down. Yeah. You know, Berkshire Hathaway overall gain since 1964 to 2025 6.1 million% versus the S&P 46,000%. You know, real estate probably had a similar gain as the S&P potentially. So like, you know, individual stocks are just crazy when you look at this. Like, that's just insane. Over a 50-year period, 6 million% versus 46,000%. Like, that's just fucking insane, bro. That is just actually insane. That just doesn't even seem like it's real. But it is. Somehow it is. Gameshire are gonna do better. Records are made to be broken. Bro, if GameStop even does 1,000,000%, I mean, fuck. I better have a lot of kids. I'm gonna go start fucking impregnating every girl I see, bro. I'm like, fuck, bro. I gotta keep this legacy going. Buffett didn't expect to live in his 90s, hundreds. That's a long time in the market. I mean, that's not Buffett, though. That's Berkshire Hathaway. Buffett's the owner, CEO, but even if Buffett died, it still would have did that. I'm conflicted with what happens when the quote boomers die. Does that transfer of wealth put real estate on a super cycle, or will the market be flooded, driving prices down? Your thoughts? That's tough. That's tough. I don't know. Because you also got to think that the world, you know, it's global. Somebody could get, if somebody was rich enough to come through, if they saw the US as a good investment compared to where they live in a different country and they were rich, they could find a way to come here and start investing. So like, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. And also, when the quote boomers die, if rent is double what it is right now, and you get a house that's already paid off, or the mortgage is like really cheap, kind of like what happened to me, you're not gonna sell it. So I don't think that'll be an issue. Personally, I don't think that'll be an issue. I get why maybe you would think that, but I just don't know that I could see it. Unless the population is continuing to decrease, I think that's a completely different topic. But even that, I don't know if that'll be a factor. Because there's always going to be someone like your grandpa that's going to be buying up all the land. And then, you know, there's going to be someone, if someone in your family ends up inheriting all that land and they don't want it, somebody wants it, whether it be a multi-billion-dollar corporation or just some individual or multiple individuals. I think there's always going to be demand for it. And I mean, you're seeing it right now in the economics. As mortgage rates drop, the demand is increasing. You know, it's mostly driven by refinances, but the demand's still increasing. So if real estate prices ever started to drop, the demand would just increase. people are always going to want like that physical asset, I think. So I just maybe in like a short term, maybe it could drive prices down, but I think if you're looking out long term, I just don't see real estate getting cheaper. I just don't. The only thing that would make real estate get cheaper in my opinion, is if interest rates never moved and taxes and maintenance costs just continued to skyrocket. Like, that's the only thing I would think would make real estate go down in price. But from the asset transferring from one person to another, I just don't know if that would be the driver of prices going down. I think the economics would be the driver more than anything. Got him asking his scenario questions. Hey, Jake's a cool guy, bro. You're lucky to have a friend like that, straight up. You're lucky to have a friend who actually like sees the world in a bigger picture, you know? That's why I love this stream though, is because we can have like, sometimes we have conversations like this that are pretty interesting. I don't have conversations like this with most people. Most people think I'm a psycho with conversations like this. I think real estate will always be like a consistent asset. I mean, unless like a 2020 type thing happens again, that's the only time you'll see a quote unquote super cycle of real estate. But I think real estate will always be just like a consistent smaller percentage investment. Kids will sell their inheritance. I mean, it depends though. Just depends. I think that's everything's situational in that topic. But overall, in my opinion, economics drives everything. Stocks are a little different because economics does drive stocks, but it's also business. If the business is doing poor, the stock is probably going to do poor. If the business is doing good, the stock's probably going to do good. So, in my opinion, it's all about economics. I don't think, whether boomers die and their transfer to their kids or whatever, and then they sell it. Like, I don't think that's really like a factor. I think that's, a hypothetical. Economics is real. And, we look at it every single day. And I've seen, man, economics is just like probably the most important subject in the world, potentially, to understand. Even if you don't fully understand it, if you understand like a little bit, I mean, I think economics is number one. They selling that house and buying up Pokemon and all that dumb BS they see on TikTok. I mean, maybe that'd be what. I mean, that'd be interesting if that would be interesting. But I don't think someone who's paying like 2-3 grand in rent, if they got a house inherited that was already paid off, or like I said, the mortgage was cheap, and the mortgage was like $1,500. I just don't know that they would sell it. I think that would maybe. But But anyone who's selling a house for fucking like Pokemon or some shit like that, that is actually retarded. You're selling like an asset that actually produces something and is actually useful for a fucking Pokemon card. Like, that's crazy. That would be interesting. But all those houses are going to get bought up anyway. You know, even if that scenario plays out, all the houses are going to get bought up by banks or somebody else. And then they're just going to sit on it. Half of me wonders if real estate remains flat and slowly up. COVID, I saw people overbidding. You could say that moment priced in the future gains, forcing a period of stagnation. Interesting. That's fair. That's a fair assessment, I think. I think that's a very fair assessment. But, you know, why were people overbidding though? Rates were fucking cheap. And demand was high. People made a bunch of money from crypto and stocks, so a bunch of people made money. So there's also, you know, a lot of factors of why people were so like insane about real estate in that moment. But that, you know, you definitely could say that priced in future gains. You definitely could say that. But I mean, look at it through like a stock market perspective, though. What's a stock? Like PayPal. I mean, PayPal is probably like the perfect example of that time. Or like Zoom or something like that. You know, people just get overexcited about things and they don't think about the real value of what they're buying, especially in moments like that where everyone was sitting at home and they weren't working. You know, they had to try to make money somehow, so if they see something going up in value, they're going to buy it even if they're paying more than it's worth because they think that they're going to make money. So, you know, COVID was a weird time. Very weird time. But I don't know that you'll ever see an event like that ever again. Honestly, I just don't think you'll ever see that again. Not in our lifetime. Maybe more towards the end, you know. Maybe when I'm like fucking old. Maybe you'll see something like that, but I don't think you'll ever see something like that ever again. Because if something like that ever happens, who's gonna believe it? Nobody's gonna believe anything ever again, I don't think. Maybe, though. I could be wrong. Like, if something actually happens like COVID, people are just gonna be like, I'm not fucking staying home. I'm not wearing a fucking mask. Fuck you. Like, honestly. Like, nobody's gonna care. Nobody's gonna believe it. I believe there are sheep that will look at the maintenance of home ownership and say, nah, let me get a shiny cardboard. Get some shiny cardboard. I can look at it. I can stare at it while my savings slowly drip away each month. Speaking of tattoos, I see a lot of tattoo artists trading tattoo sessions for card/sealed. Smart way to build a collection. Or it's a smart way to get tattoos. Depends if you're bullish or bearish on Pokemon. If you don't think Pokemon's going to continue to appreciate in value, that could just be a cheap way to get some tattoos. Or anything, honestly. Where I work, they just announced today no more work from home and back to pre-COVID employment practices. Oh, that kind of sucks. That kind of sucks. But it's probably because of like productivity reasons, potentially. That event and its aftermath certainly sent back lower and middle class consumers immensely. Yeah, for sure. But it also made some lower to middle class consumers extremely rich in a lot of ways. I know people that invested like a couple $100 into fucking some stupid crypto coin and made like tens of thousands of dollars. So, you know, probably more people got set back, but there's a lot of people that got extremely rich just because of that with very small amounts of money. I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. We should continue. I don't know if there's much more to say on this topic, but if you guys have anything else to... I like this topic. I work out in the field as industrial equipment tech, but in the office, people IT, etc. I didn't know. I thought you had an office job, Ruben, straight up. There's a couple people that have like in the field jobs that listen to this stream. Like I don't know if he still listens, but the homie Stogie Stonks, one of the longest one of the members who had a membership for the longest is like I forget exactly what he does. But he works out in the field somewhere. Controlling like these drones and shit. Pretty cool stuff. Or actually, I don't remember if he controls the drone. I can't remember. I haven't talked to Stogie in a long time. But it's cool that people are like just doing their fucking job, listening to the stream, you know? I think that shit's cool. I had to continue to frame houses during the pandemic. The entire world took a vacation. It was amusing. I was doing DoorDash. I was crushing on DoorDash. Everyone was tipping so fat, and everyone was at home, so everyone was ordering DoorDash, and I was like one of the only drivers. Oh man, I miss those times, bro. Some of the best times, bro. Some of the funnest times I've ever had, like, working. Can't get a hold of no one most times. Calls get transferred to who's available. Before it wasn't like that. Not hating, whatever. Keeps people mental on check. Should benefit everyone in the long run. One day it may be me. Yeah. I mean, that's why they're forcing people to go back to the office, so. Office workers babysit communications, that's all. Also, I think another factor about real estate that isn't mentioned is how popular Airbnb was becoming during, like, the COVID times. That's also a big factor, you know. Not only did you have all the crazy appreciation from the economics, but Airbnb was just starting to become a thing, and people were seeing how much money you could make on Airbnb, and you know, that also forced people to overbid on houses because they thought they were going to make these, you know, thousands of dollars just throwing their house on Airbnb or something like that, you know? Tens of thousands, I guess I should say. I mean, when did Airbnb IPO on the market? I think it was during 2020. Yeah, Airbnb, basically the end of 2020 is when Airbnb IPO'd on the stock market. Florida had like an entire condo collapse from that, if I remember correctly. That's crazy. Florida's a spot trying to be. I'm trying to move there. Really? You want to move to Florida? I'd be worried about hurricane season. But Florida would be dope. I thought hurricane season was over. I thought hurricane season was over. $20 years plus. Was working 3 jobs, no issues in life, and still owed me on my taxes somehow. My childhood buddy offered a position, opened up full benefits with weekends off. Oh, that's awesome, bro. That's awesome. I'd live cheap, rent a bedroom, just hang out on the beach and chat with baddies. Muba trying to live his best life, bro. I love it. I love it. Trying to live his best life in Florida. That's fucking hilarious. That's so funny, bro. I fucking love that. Oops. I don't mind Utah, honestly. Like, I could live here forever. I just don't know that I want to own a house forever, personally. We'll see, y'all. We'll see. It's too early to say exactly what I want. The economics need to play out. It's been stagnant for too long. And I mean, shit. Think about what I was talking about with like the covered call shit earlier. If GameStop actually goes up, those covered calls that you're only getting paid like $170 for, those are gonna be worth like $300, $400, $500 or more. Like, man, the stock market's just insane. So instead of having to risk selling like 2,500 shares to pay your rent, you maybe only have to risk like 500, maybe. Like, that'd be cool. You could literally just live the rest of your life off fucking GameStop. Like, man, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice? And you wouldn't even be living like shitty. You could literally go like rent a mansion or some shit, and you could house hack the mansion. Like, that would be interesting. How much would it cost? Let's go on Zillow. I wonder how much it would cost to rent like a mansion. You could do so much with that. Where's rent? I'll go high-low. Those are all Park City. I wouldn't want to live in Park City, but Park City's nice. I mean, shit, 20 bands a month. They even got a sauna. Oh, this is an apartment. It's an apartment. You can't really get anything nice from under 20,000 a month. This is all Park City, though. Park City's expensive. I mean, shit, look at this. For 10 bands a month, bro? Psh, look at that shit. For 10 bandos, you could do so much for that with that. I probably wouldn't want to live with anyone, though. That'd probably be the big issue with that, is I wouldn't want to live with anyone. People are kind of annoying. But you could throw like parties and stuff and like charge people to come to your parties, and they would come just because your house is super nice. And like you could, you'd have fucking bunch of hot chicks come through and shit. Like you could do so much with that if you really wanted. But obviously honestly, I'll probably end up buying a fucking cabin or something, hella acres, and just fucking chill. Go fishing every day. Hunt my own food. Fucking chop down some trees. Just be a fucking lumberjack, bro. Just be a man's man, Just be a man's man. Go chop down a tree. And that'd be fun to stream. People would watch that shit, bro. Get some Starlink internet. Just fucking film yourself chopping down trees and fishing and hunting like all day long. People would watch that, bro. I took it, realized the job was meant for me, still here. Hell yeah, bro. That's awesome. That's awesome. To be able to hold the job for that long and still, like, be happy with it, that's a blessing, bro. That's a blessing. Invest in humanoids, take care of your home, and later build your new home. Amen. Amen. I'd say. Playboy lifestyle sounds amazing. New tech and new homes building, self-healing concrete, AI-ready home. Move to the country and end up gaming and streaming all day. I would stream all day for sure, bro. There'd be so much content. I would 100%. It, like, that's why I want to do that. There would be so much content if you had some land with like wildlife and stuff like that. It would literally be endless content. Literally. It's like Outdoor Boys, man. You get a quad and rip around. Yeah, bro. There's so many things you could do. And it would people would watch it, you know? People would love that. It's the new house hack. You know? Instead of renting rooms out, you just showcase your lifestyle basically. But if you're, you know, it'd be like an active primal lifestyle in some ways, rather than, you know, a lot of people show off their lifestyle by like flexing their bands and hot chicks and stuff like that. It would just be a completely different audience. And as you've seen, if you know who, I'm sure you know who Outdoor Boys is, people much more prefer to watch someone like live their best life out in the woods, or, you know, vacation places and see the world, rather than watch someone just like flex their money and spend their money on like dumb shit and parties and all that stuff. Like, that stuff's popular, but Outdoor Boys is literally one of the most popular channels on YouTube. So that in itself just tells you what people actually care to watch. I plan to build a barndo one day in the country. Love to have some jumps for a dirt bike. Yeah, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. Plan to monetize it by having it double as a wedding event center. Ooh, that's smart. That's smart, bro. Hell yeah. That's smart. I like that. I like that, bro. That's really smart. I like that idea a lot, actually. That's really smart. Where's the earnings call shit? Alright. always the same song. Wait, why do I have my stock account open? Was I looking at something? Oh yeah, we were talking about options. I forgot about that. What does the overall market look like right now? What a bounce. What a bounce. I'm gonna flex on Michael Burry so hard. He doesn't even know who I am, but I'm gonna flex on him. Bearish market, my fucking ass. The market might be overvalued, but it's not bearish yet. I mean, technically, you did hit a bear trend yesterday, but it immediately bounced back. So in some sense, that's kind of bullish. Plenty of write-offs. It'll be a business. What defines a great location for something like that? Like an hour outside of a major city, or take into consideration what the nearest hotels are. Yeah, probably the hotels, huh? I don't think you'd want to be too far from the city. You wouldn't want to make it too much of a hassle. You'd probably want to be close to like an airport in some sense. Relatively close. So you'd probably just need like a few acres. I don't know if you need anything like massive, but you need enough to have like a lot of space. But yeah, it would definitely have to be like convenient to get to for sure. Nice surrounding areas, accommodation near. Hard part is getting the current owner to sell it. That's always the biggest challenge. Yeah, for sure. You would need to be in a economic environment like right now, or like a year ago. But yeah, for sure, it would be tough. I've seen so many like cool things for sale where around where I live that I never thought I'd ever see for sale in the past like couple years. But yeah, if the economics are good, you're never gonna get it unless you overpay like crazy. I'm shooting for lakefront land. Yeah, I want like a mountain. I want trees and stuff. You know, every tree is valuable. Every single tree is valuable. Every single rock is valuable. If there's like a lake nearby or like a river nearby, you know, I'm cool with that. I can walk. I can walk. Or whip the quad over there or something. I want to look at cabins now. The only issue with like cabins where I live is, you know, you can only use them for like half the year. Unless you're a boss and you just brave out the winter. Mini home and land would be dope too. Yeah, for sure. It'd be easy to like heat and stuff because it's small. You know, the bigger it is, the harder it is gonna be to like heat and stuff in the winter. If you plan on living year round, I suppose. So like if you find something like this is cool because like the boat comes with it, the quads come with it. I'm sure. Just assuming because he's has them in the picture. That's kind of the cool part about cabins is a lot of the times the owner will sell all the stuff with the cabin. So you can, you could get like 20 grand in equipment on top of this. See, like this would be badass, bro. Look at all those trees. Except I bet this is like small land. It's probably only like, yeah, not even a full acre, so all the trees aren't even yours. Whoa, this is cool. Oh, small lot though. There's not many, man. There used to be so many cool things for sale on here. They all got bought up. Holy shit, 33 acres? That's sick. That's sick. This is fucking cool. For 200 bands, dude? Oh my god, this thing is badass, bro. I bet the property taxes are absolutely fucked, but good lord. That is so cool. What is it zoned for? I have no clue. Single family residence. Let's see. Yep, zoning residential sector. So you could, build a bunch of houses on this shit. And then you could sell some of the acres. Build a house on one or like half of an acre, sell it. You could do so much with something like this, bro. You could do so much with something like that. Whoa, this is cool. Big ass cabin though. See, only 0.5. Like, I wouldn't be interested in buying something on that small of a lot. I'd want a big lot potentially, as long as the taxes aren't too high. I don't really know how that works. Wait, is this my homie's cabin? No. It's in the same area, though. This area is sick. But probably only 0.5, I bet. I don't know, an acre. Still not enough. You could crush on that. There's so many cool things, man. Oh. Some of these things are just... Some of the houses are just way too big. Yeah. The houses are too big on too small of lots. Man, they don't have anything cool anymore. There used to be so many cool things on here. That's sad. Just goes to show how important the economics is to buying something like you actually want. Because now that the economics are getting good, there's nothing good on the market. So sad, so sad. Whoa. This is cool. 100 bands for this? I mean, the cabin's shit, but like 100 bands for this, bro? It's a fucking steal. Literally. Literally a steal. And that's not even in the mountains. That's like kind of more in the desert, so you'd probably be able to live there year round. Or easier, I guess I should say. Yeah, there's nothing good, bro. That sucks. There used to be... That's sad. That's sad. Oh well, my hopes and dreams have been crushed. My hopes and dreams got crushed. There were so many cool things, like 6 months ago, a year ago. Checking for precious metals, maybe sitting on a fortune. I mean, trees and rocks in general are a fortune. Especially if you get something like in the mountains where you're getting like solid wood. You could just build another cabin or something just from the wood that's around. Check out pole barn houses. I don't think so. Sounds like a strip club. The pole barn house. Oh, I've seen one of these. I didn't know that's what they were called, but I've seen one of these. Do you guys remember looking at those like 3D printed houses a long time ago? That shit was weird. 3D printed house. That was a long time ago. We looked at those. I was still upstairs when we looked at those. That was a long time ago. I'm disappointed there was no cool cabins. That crushed my hopes and dreams. My hopes and dreams got crushed. Are they having development issues with those 3D printed houses starting to crack? Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. I wouldn't be down with that. It's basically a way to make a concrete house, but way slower. Oh, really interesting. I'm freaking tired, dude. It's still an hour until the market closes. What the hell? This piece of shit stock can't even go above $24. You'll notice the sell-offs are getting smaller, though. Unless you're about to have a massive sell-off. Like, how many times have you rejected fucking 24, bro? You're either about to have a big-ass sell-off, or you're about to... 24 is about to become the base. Because the sales are getting weak. Some weak-ass sales. Hey, Patrick. I thought of something funnier than 24. 25. Oh, oh, oh. 24. Top tick 2420. Yeah, it's done that like 5 times though. Looks like I'm gonna have to get used to averaging up. Yep, it looks like it. Kind of looks like it. Unless the market's gonna crash. But that kind of doesn't seem like it's gonna happen. In a lot of ways. Lego should just bite the bullet and make a Lego inspired snap together home glued together. There you go. There you go. That's quality house right there. That's a quality house right there. Cater skips meals to buy GME. He's addicted. I mean, he wants to become a multimillionaire. Can you blame him? Can you blame him? He sees what I see. If I was working as much as Muma, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd be living the same way I'm living now and spending every dollar on GameStop. Dead ass. You don't need to eat, bro. I got tendies. You got tendies. You don't need to eat. Some tendies. Food is poison anyway in America. Good point. Good point. Good point. Eating some like 4-headed chickens and stuff. It's like you think you're eating healthy, but it's actually like a 4-headed chicken. I don't know what the hell we do for an hour. Grown in a lab where they simulated 3 years of life in one chemical reaction. I mean, that's actually a thing. That's gonna be a that's actually gonna be a thing. There's that Mr. Beast video about it, where supposedly the meat's supposed to be like healthier than like actual chicken, because there's no like diseases and stuff that can happen.
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle.
Have you heard of the 3D printed meat? I don't think I've heard of that, but maybe. I'm gonna 3D print a kid's meal. But there was this part in this Mr. Beast video.
Foods that has literally produced hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat without killing a single chicken. Which is incredible because over 220 million chickens are killed every single day in order to sustain demands for their meat. And Upside Foods has spent over $200 million in research and development in order to create this technology.
Let me show you how we do it.
Please do, I don't understand.
When we took cells from a chicken egg in 2018, we cracked an egg, we took a small amount of cells, and we froze them in this that goes down to -80.
Wow. And you've used those cells to make hundreds of thousands of pounds of chicken meat.
Step 2 is we take those cells, we gently thaw them out.
Oh my gosh. This is simulating a chicken's body and the cells are just multiplying.
Once we get enough of them, we move on to step 3.
This is protein, fat, sugar. I'm literally feeding the chicken cells over there so they can multiply into chicken meat.
That's right, yes.
And once the chicken feed is in the container, it moves all the way through these pipes and through the factory and eventually ends up in here.
You can look through this. You'll see chicken cells just swimming and swimming in there.
Oh my goodness. It's a lot of chicken. Every 2 seconds, this produces a chicken's worth of chicken meat.
Yeah, every few seconds.
And saving chicken lives is not the only upside to Upside Foods. These chickens don't get diseases, so you don't have to worry about a disease spreading on the farm and then you eating a sick chicken. Honestly, it seems too good to be true.
Well, let's go and try it.
Please, I need to try it. I need to see how this tastes. Now we're gonna put the meat we just grew to the test. Come on in, I brought one of the best chefs I know, Nick DiGiovanni, and he's prepared for us 2 chicken sandwiches. One of these sandwiches, a chicken was killed today to make. The other, no chickens were killed and it was grown in a lab. Which do you think we'll like better?
I think if I cook it right, you won't be able to tell.
Okay, this is gonna be a good test. He's now giving me one of each chicken sandwich. So we're both trying this one. Here's what it actually is. Me and Tariq do not know. Cheers.
Cheers it. Here we go.
Well, chicken.
Chicken.
Now we're gonna try this one. This is what it is. We don't know.
Cheers it.
I honestly can't tell.
It's actually scary how similar they, I mean, they're both chicken.
No matter what, both of them taste really good. This one's the cultivated one.
You're wrong.
No shot.
That's the cultivated one.
Honestly can't tell the difference. What the heck?
And what's crazy is in the near future, this technology could save the lives of trillions of chickens and other animals.
Which brings us to Colossal, the $400 million future tech, which literally brought the dire wolf back to life and is currently...
Yeah, that shit's fucking insane, bro. That shit's insane. There's one that's actually really cool in here, though. I mean, this one's kind of cool because they're, like, bringing back extinct animals. But, where is it? This shit's fucking cool right here. I guess we'll just watch this whole part, because this shit's cool.
$1 million. Bringing us to this $500 million biosphere.
Which is literally the blueprint for what human life will be like on other planets. Let's go be Martians for a day, boys. Woo!
Let's do it. Because this exact biosphere could be our future home on Mars, surviving there means it needs to produce its own oxygen, water, and self-sustaining food source.
Come on in, boys. Make sure you seal the door behind you. We are now sealed inside the biosphere, which means we can take these suits off. Okay, just gentle on the nose. Okay.
Oh! Good?
Yes.
Okay. Well, being an astronaut is way harder than you think. It's time to begin our first day as Martians.
While we're not actually on Mars yet, this biosphere could save humanity
if Earth becomes uninhabitable. This biosphere has everything needed to sustain human life.
Even a girlfriend for me?
It's a biosphere, not God. Can't pull off miracles. This place also has 5 different biomes, much like Minecraft, and I want to take you to one of the cooler ones, a rainforest. I don't know if you guys realize, but these plants have been living in here, some of them for over 30 years.
Dude, that's older than Tariq.
Yeah. No, it's not actually.
Oh, it's the same age?
Yeah. Now, if we keep walking right over here, the rainforest can also rain.
It's literally raining in here.
I told him to only have it rain on the left side of the biosphere, which is why I'm dry and you guys are getting wet. Are you getting a little cold?
Yeah, it's freezing.
Well, here, come on the non-raining half.
It literally isn't raining.
You know like those snow globes you get for Christmas?
Yeah.
That's what this biosphere is. It's your own mini Earth that you can put on any planet in the solar system. Like in the real world, there isn't just rainforest. Now we're gonna head over to the savanna. The savanna biome is the ideal climate for growing food, which is why it's arguably the most important of the 5. These are ghost peppers, as you can see. Nolan, you wanna give it a try?
Sure. Oh! Actually, no, I actually need water.
It's a ghost pepper. Nolan, we don't have much water on Mars. Stop wasting it. I hear milk helps. You wanna try our brand new Feastables caramel chocolate bar?
Stop talking and put it in my mouth.
And much like the current state of Nolan's mouth, we're now in the desert biome. All right, ignore the do not enter sign. Do you feel that wind?
Wait, we're inside.
Wind like this is actually important so the trees strengthen themselves and stand up. And that is just one of countless findings that has come out of this biosphere. It's done wonders for research. All right, gentlemen, this right here is a swampland. And the cool part about this, grab one of these plants.
Hey, what is this?
This tastes just like a potato chip. Isn't that crazy? It's crunchy.
Salty.
Yeah. On Mars, if you're like boiling food or whatever, you'd put that in there and it would make the food salty.
What? That's awesome.
And that brings us to our final biome, the ocean. Check it out.
That's a lot of water.
That's a beach. A literal beach inside of the biosphere. Now that we have everything we need to survive the rest of our lives here, say we have a Martian dinner.
Minus the ghost pepper?
With extra ghost pepper. Let's do it. This is a vertical garden.
Yeah, this shit is cool. The biodome's cool, but this is fucking crazy.
Garden, which can grow the same amount of food as 2.5 acres of farmland. Just a vertical garden, which can grow the same amount of food as 2.5 acres of farmland. Just 20 years ago, if you wanted to turn this vertical garden into a business, it would have been nearly impossible. But thanks to Shopify, it's never been easier to bring your business to life. Just like the technology in this video is changing the world, Shopify changed the world of starting a business, making it easier than ever. Shopify's meta marketing.
This one's small.
No,
It's a
routine tasks to save you time. It's pretty awesome.
ghost pepper again?
No.
This one's small.
No.
It's in the
No.
basket.
And since we can't solely rely on lemons and ghost peppers, you know one thing Mars could have? Cultivated chicken from Upside.
Chicken Al Pastor is back at Chipotle, where fire meets flavor.
This is probably one of the craziest
Chipotle, for
videos
real.
you'll ever watch, I
Foods.
swear.
This chicken that doesn't kill chickens, or this biosphere, all the things you see in this video were once an idea in someone's mind. Thanks to Shopify, you too can play a part in shaping the future. Whatever ideas you have in your mind, you can bring to life. All you have to do is scan the QR code or go to shopify.com/MrBeast to turn your dream into an actual business. You could literally do it today before you go to bed. It's kind of wild that this is all futuristic tech, but it's not that far away. Like, if a woman ever talks to Nolan and he has a kid, there's a reality where that kid grows up on Mars one day.
Everything in this video is in reach.
Well, minus you having a kid part. All this stuff you see here doesn't just magically teleport to Mars. It needs a rocket ship to take it there. And as of now, that rocket ship is Starship, the $1 billion futuristic tech made possible.
I don't want to watch the rest, but I think the lab-made meat and the fucking this thing, this shit's crazy.
Now that we have everything we need to survive the rest of our lives here, say we have a Martian dinner.
Minus the ghost pepper?
With extra 2.5 acres. Let's do it. This is a vertical garden, which can grow the same amount of food as 2.5 acres of farmland. Just 20.
Like, that is just fucking nuts, bro. That is actually, like, probably one of the craziest inventions. Probably one of the, like, that's wild. That's wild. Yeah, I've seen Biodome. The Biodome. Musk must be an early investor, maybe. I mean, he's making the rocket ships to get all this shit there. So who knows? It's probably a collaborated effort. But who knows? Who knows? What's up, Grady? Saw it. What's up? I'll get a chart for a second. Can't look at the Thinkorswim chart because of the stupid little glitch. How do you... Is there not a way to look at like percentages? Price range? Ah, there we go. That's what I was looking for. So as you can see, I guess we only need a 30-minute chart. The last time you were at $24, the stock sold off 4.8-ish%. We'll just say 5%. Then you hit 24 again, and it sold off. God damn it. A little bit less than 5%. I also could have the thing a little bit. Let's go off of the wicks, so it's like really accurate. So from the very top of the last time it hit 24 in early February, you sold off to 5.28%, and then mid-February it sold off 4.85%, and then 2.75%. Whoops, whatever. I guess I could just do that, actually. That would actually work. I didn't know it would save like that. But basically every time it's hit 24, the sell is getting smaller and smaller. Unless you have a really big sell-off coming up. But you went from selling off, hitting 24 and selling off 5% to 4.8% to 3%, 4.5%, but you actually went up a little bit more here. If I did this line from exactly 24, or if I did all these lines exactly 24, I believe my theory is correct. So you went from selling off 5.34% from 24 to 4.52% to 1.43 to 2.47 to 2.43, and now you're only to be determined if this sells off or not, but you can see the trend of hitting 24, the sells are getting smaller and smaller. So just a little notable thing potentially. We'll see. We'll see if it actually plays out or not. So you're either about to get a extremely massive sell, or this is now your base, and maybe you won't see lower 20s ever again, potentially. I guess we'll find out, but just a interesting thing to point out. And I mean, you could go all the way back to late January as well. If we put the line on 24 here, you sold off, a little bit more than this time. And then all these times you didn't even hit 24. You haven't hit 24. Oh, screw you. I ain't getting no fucking subscription. Oh, it deleted all my things. That's rude. But whatever, you get the idea. You get the idea. And then, if you go back here, some of these cells were like 10, 15%. So the cells are just getting smaller and smaller from 24 as of right now. Will that trend continue? It definitely seems like it, but still early to say. Still early to say. Yeah, it's not really tinfoil. It's just market structure. Just market structure, no tinfoil. You can apply what I just talked about to literally any stock. Nothing there. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Who knows, maybe the market crashes next week. But it doesn't really look that way. What day is it anyway? Oh, it's Wednesday? I thought it was Thursday for some reason. See, you still got a couple days. I don't know what to talk about at this point. Started the stream a little too early. I see a lot of people shitting on the McDonald's CEO taste test. And I think that shit's so funny because, like, everyone's saying it's a dumb marketing idea, yet everyone and their mom's talking about it. So it's like, is it actually a dumb marketing idea? Probably not. Because now the CEOs of other fast food joints are copying, hoping to get that same virality. And it's just not going to happen. So it was actually super genius marketing. Would you ever leverage your stock holdings to flip real estate? Probably not. Probably not. I don't really see, like, I don't think it'd be really worth it to me. Like, what's the theoretical profit on the flip? That would be the first question. Because if it's only like 10, 20 grand, I definitely wouldn't. But if it was like 100 grand, then maybe it would be a little more interesting. But I don't think I would. Like, if I needed money, I would just sell calls. Like, that's straight up all I would do. I don't really see I don't see anything else that would be more beneficial than that. And then, like, think about it this way. Think about it this way. I forgot the math already, but 500,000 divided by 24. So you have 20,000 shares. 20,000 divided by 100. So you could have up to 200 call cells, basically. So how much would you need for a flip? Like, let's say a $400,000 house at 20% down, 80,000. So if you sold, let's see, 80,000 divided by, we'll just say 200 bucks. Okay, so that wouldn't work. But let's see, 80,000 divided by 24. That would be 3,000 of your shares. So 3,000 divided by 100. You could sell 30 calls. 100 times, or we'll just do 150 for this example. 150 times 30. That'd be like $5,000 profit you could put into your pocket. And then if the stock went against you, if the stock trade or if the call sell went against you, you know, you'd pocket this $5,000, but if the stock went up, you would have to sell your 3,000 shares. Yeah, 3,000 shares, which, you know, 3,000 times 24, you know, that's 72,000. So theoretically, you could just make a call selling play, and if it goes against you, you could just take the money from from all the shares you had to sell and move it over into real estate. So there would actually be no point to leverage your stocks to flip real estate, because you could just do this. And it's like if the bet goes against you and you have to end up selling your stocks, instead of going back into the market and buying a share or shares of something, you could, you know, transfer it over to real estate or something. But no, I don't think I would ever leverage to flip real estate. I think there's too many unknowns in real estate, so, you know, acquiring debt to do that, I just don't know how good of an idea that is, potentially. More taxes your way? I mean, technically, no. Because if you put all your money into real estate, you would be deferring your taxes. So you wouldn't have to pay taxes until you sell that land or sell that real estate. As long as you had a good tax person, you technically would just be transferring all that money into real estate, and all those taxes you wouldn't have to pay because it would be now in the real estate, and you wouldn't have to pay those taxes until you sell the real estate, as far as I know. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. You would have to pay taxes on the... Well, no, you wouldn't have to pay taxes on the $5,000 profit either, because you would just put it into real estate. So I don't think you would be paying taxes in that scenario. And if you're getting leverage, I mean, what's the interest on the leverage? You know, if you're getting 80,000, let's say the interest is 10%, you're paying $8,000 a year on the leverage. So you're either way, you're screwing yourself. Either way. But I think my strategy would be better because you would be able to defer the taxes. As far as I'm aware, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So I would rather do the strategy I just talked about rather than leveraging. Because if you're stuck with that house, you're paying interest. And really, what's the difference between interest and taxes? And also, you know, my hypothetical scenario didn't even consider how much, well, with calls, I guess it wouldn't matter. So, yeah. I think my scenario is potentially better. But we're talking about a flip, I suppose, so you would have to end up paying those taxes. I guess I'm thinking more of buying and holding the house. But I think there's just a lot of unknowns in the flip that it just wouldn't be worth it to me, I don't think. Puts and calls on homes. I mean, you can't. That's a reverse mortgage, I believe, or whatever it is. HELOC. I mean, not really. It's not really puts and calls, but $1031 your life away. Yeah, exactly. Literally. I forgot that's what it was called. Yeah, 1031 exchange. You just literally do that. That's what rich people do, right? That's how they get rich. Just never pay taxes. No comments. Oh, man. I mean, if you have a rebuttal to what I just was talking about, I would love to hear it. But I think everything I was talking about is relatively relevant. Relatively relevant. That's an interesting thing to say, but if you have a rebuttal, I would love to hear it. You know more about real estate than I do, I'm sure. I've just done a lot of research because it used to be something I was interested in. But you actually are in the business. You've actually, you know, you have experience. All my knowledge is just from researching, basically. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. 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 That Dave Chappelle skit. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. 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 The only thing I know about real estate is the Give Me Your House Tom Selleck reverse mortgage video. I've never seen that. I don't even know who the hell Tom Selleck is. Who the hell is that? Oh, I don't think I've ever seen Magnum PI. Yeah, I've never seen that. I don't think that's something I can watch on stream. Revealing your age? Revealing your age. Oh, man. Not old enough to see Magnum PI, you missed out. Me and you are probably the same age, Jake. I just am not a big movie buff. You're probably younger than I am. Most likely. How old am I? I'm 32. I'm a geezer, bro. I'm basically at the end of the line. I should be walking around with a cane. Every time I see kids playing on my lawn, I go out there and shake my fist. You damn kids! You damn kids! Get off my lawn! You damn kids and your razor scooters! What the fuck? Meta Glasses users warn videos of them going to the toilet are reviewed by humans? That's fucking weird, bro. That's fucking weird, bro. There's some fucking weirdos over at Meta. Watching some fucking dude shit. Better Call Saul star reveals he's now an Amazon driver. His industry is dried up. That's crazy. That's actually insane. What? Me too, born in 95. Yeah, I didn't think you'd be older. I'm old, bro. I'm old. I'm just far behind in life, I feel like. Because I've made too many stupid mistakes and met too many stupid people that are just fucking evil. Old enough to party. My name's Rod, and I like to party. Bro looks like me. Maybe. Let's see. John Christian Love played Ernie in Better Call Saul. He appeared throughout the first 4 seasons. Is Jimmy's friend and employee at Hamlin. Memorable for being hardworking. Love's been discussing his time on the show on Reddit and posted in the Amazon DSP drivers thread that he's been working for the company. It's me, John, Christian Love, he wrote. Just want you to know that as the actor who brought you the character Ernie in Better Call Saul, that I too am out here delivering with you. He explained that he tried to land more work after the show, but the industry is dried up. I'm tired of waiting for permission, so going to start doing my own projects. He also said he hasn't given up on acting, but the Better Call Saul wasn't the breakout he was hoping for. Damn, that sucks. That's crazy that you can be on one of the biggest shows in the world and still, like, not really have any success. That's actually crazy. When fans questioned whether residuals from the show would support him, Love shared a screenshot showing a handful of minimal payments between 25 and 26. He wrote, "Transparency, if I made money, I promise I wouldn't be working for Amazon, but I don't. And that's what my residuals look like." He has a photo of the residuals? Where are they? Here? Bro, what? How can I get all of this in frame? There we go. Bro, I make more than this guy from fucking YouTube. That's insane, dude. This guy was on one of the biggest shows in the world, and I make more money than him doing YouTube. That's actually insane, bro. That's actually insane. Bro. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. He also explained he landed a role in an independent movie, Lone Wolf, but the production ran out of money and I was never paid. Porter the thriller needed an extra $2 million in funding, and many crew members, actors, vendors didn't get paid. Led to Cranston refusing to finish work or promote the film until the remaining crew members had been paid. Clearly, the money is not materialized. I will not do anything to promote the film until every cast and crew member is paid it back in full and will not appear on screen again for this movie until it happens. Love also pointed out that although his union, SAG-AFTRA, is involved in arbitration over Lone Wolf, most lawyers have the same response about taking legal action. You want us to go after a broke company? The producers filed bankruptcy. Yep, that's how I got fucking scammed, bro. This fucking kid I know, he just basically took my money with a shitty company and then bankrupted it. So it's like, you can't sue someone like that because, you know, it's not even a company that exists. It's fucking bullshit, bro. Can't trust anyone in this world. Literally. Can't trust anyone in this world. I'll be right back. I gotta go piss. I forgot I left my cat outside. She's probably butthurt. At least it's nice outside. Let's see. You darn youngsters. Jimmy was such a coward in that show. He gets a sports car and can't even enjoy it. I love Jimmy, bro. Better Call Saul is one of my favorite shows. Hear me out. It shows that Amazon delivery is a solid gig that even celebs want. I mean, it is a solid gig. It is a solid gig. You can't deny that. It's probably one of the highest paying, like, entry-level jobs out there. Most likely. I don't think there's a single... Unless you're like a manager or something somewhere. There's not a single... Well, I don't think a manager would count as an entry-level job, so... Yeah, Amazon... Being a delivery driver at Amazon has to be the highest entry-level job you can get. 100%. I don't think there's a single other job that pays more than that. Life comes at you fast. One day you're building cell sites. Next day you're stealing all the copper from them. You go vigilante. First theft with no tools is always the hardest. Get some good to honest, well-deserved payback. Hood court. Nah, it's not worth my time. Not worth my time. Believe me, I thought about it. I've had many people offer to get payback for me, but it's just not even worth it. I don't want anyone going to jail for me, and I'm not going to jail either, just for some money. Like, it's not worth my time. GameStop's gonna work out and gonna become a multi-millionaire, so like in reality, it's just not even a problem. It's pretty sad though, because my cousin still works with that guy and still continues to get scammed to this day. So, you know, that dude does deserve to get fucking his ass beat and probably murdered, but like, I'm not gonna be the one to do it. Oh, 20 minutes till the market closes? Nice. 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 Is there anything else to talk about while we wait? Not really. Not really. Market's crushing today. Thought it was bearish though. That's what Michael Burry says. I don't know why I like shit talking on Michael Burry so much. It's just funny. He might be right on a long-term perspective, but he doesn't understand short-term price action, I don't think. Not many people do. Short-term price action's not the easiest thing to predict. He was right about Planter, though. You know, I'll give him his flowers for Planter. He was right about that. But that's about it. That's all I can say. Yeah, give him his flowers. Give him his flowers. I don't know what we do for 20 more minutes, though. Oh, fuck. We still got an hour until the actual earnings report drops. moving like a meme stock for now, but Planter's hot garbage. Yeah, facts. It's not the best. Rocket League? I don't really want to play Rocket League right now. I need to take a little break from that game. I've been playing so much lately. Even though my homie told me not to take a break, he's like, at least play, like, you should keep playing, even if you don't really like, even if you feel like you're playing bad, you should still like keep practicing a little bit. So I'll probably play a little bit of Rocket League later, but I need some time away from that game. I've been playing so much. I got a couple packs today, slim picking for Pokemon, so I grabbed a One Piece pack. Oh, really? Put One Piece, huh? I don't understand it, but they got some freaky cards in there. I don't know One Piece at all. I don't know One Piece at all. I played Magic not too long ago with some of my little cousin's friends. That was fun. Magic's actually a pretty fun card game. I like Pokemon more just because of the simplicity, but Magic's kind of fun. But One Piece, I don't know anything about One Piece. Did you pull anything cool from the One Piece pack or what? I like I like how Hugh G stops working and then he just immediately becomes a fucking one of those guys who goes to Target every single day and looks for Pokemon. So fucking funny, dude. Somebody should make a meme, the unemployment starter package. The unemployment starter package, bro. It should just be Pokemon fucking Somebody's gotta make that meme, bro. The unemployment starter package, bro. Just Pokemon. I don't know. What else do unemployed people do? YouTube. YouTube, Pokemon, Rocket League. Bro, that's a solid meme right there. The unemployed starter package, bro. Solid meme. Somebody make that a reality and send it to me. Oh man, that's hilarious. See, stuff like that, that's one reason why having a Discord server would be funny. Because if someone actually made that meme, God, that would be fucking hilarious, bro. The unemployment starter package, fucking crypto, Pokemon, YouTube, and Rocket, or, you know, any video game, I guess. The Target by me, it's a solid strategy. Target by me only sells their TCG stock on Saturday at open on Wednesday, Friday. I still only get the scraps because I show up like 10 minutes before open. Ah, that sucks. You see, you're not dedicated. You haven't been unemployed long enough. you haven't been unemployed long enough, bro. You're not a seasoned unemployed veteran. Give it a couple months, bro. You'll be seasoned. You'll be sitting out there fucking 2 hours with a 10 shit. Oh my god, bro. Holy shit. That is so fucking funny, bro. I can't get over that. I might, if nobody else is gonna make that meme, I might have to make it, because that is fucking hilarious. That is fucking hilarious, bro. Yeah, bro. The unemployed starter package, bro. Oh man, this could be such a fire meme. Oh my god. First, but I can't compete. These guys are like professionally unemployed. You need a chair and an air fryer with a table and an extension cord. You got a fucking generator out there, bro. You got a fucking generator, bro. You bring a fucking generator, bro. You're just sitting at the parking lot at like 2 a.m. There's fucking generator running, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. I've had to convince them I'm not a scalper. I ripped a pack to prove I'm a user. Felt like a drug deal. Oh my god. As a middleman... You heard that song by Cypress Hill? Crack cocaine? As a market man, I'm just a supplier. I don't give a fuck how you get the cash to buy it. And if it's your first time, it's free just to try it. 'Cause this here Pokemon is much sweeter than Mary Jane. This here bitch is that motherfucking Pokemon. What's up, Flapcat? What's up, Flapcat? You want to come say hi to the people? You want to come say hi to the people, fat kitty? Come say hi to the people. They want to see how fat you are. Come here. They want to see how fat you are. Look. They want to see how ginormous of a cat you are, bro. They want to see a 300-pound kitty in the flesh. They've never seen a 300-pound kitty before. Oh, big fat cat. Alright. I'm sorry, kitty. They need a My 300-Pound Life for cats. I'd get my cat on that show. There's always an outside outlet, no cap, just an extension cord is all you need most of the time. Really? Interesting. Professional Pokemon scalper. Kadarius. Kadarius is a Pokemon master, bro. Pokemon master. He was unemployed before unemployment was cool. Blow dryer and clothes iron can cook food too. Outdoor spigots. Yeah, get some fucking hose water running, bro. Get straight from the hose. It's like we're in the room with you. After Moas, Hugh G will have an RV in the parking lot where he games while an AI robot waits in line for him. Genius. Genius. Man, you're just building the case for humanoid robots. I can have a humanoid robot wait in line for Pokemon. Absolute genius right there, bro. Absolute genius. That's actually so smart, bro. I mean, shit, bro. If you're actually homeless, that's like the most clutch, because you don't have anything else to do. being homeless might be like the meta of the next decade, bro. Being homeless is the fucking meta of the next decade. Because you don't have anything better to do, bro. You can just sit outside of Target, bro. You can be the first in line every time. Oh, man. Homeless is the meta, bro. You just unlocked a new meta right there, Muma. You just unlocked a new meta for being homeless. Holy shit, bro. GameStop has a marketing opportunity to cater to the scalpers by offering exterior amenities on their building like a spigot and blow dryer. Bro. That could be like a fucking business model, bro. That could be a business model. You get like a porter potty truck or something. You fucking go up to like GameStops and Targets. You charge people to use the porter potty. Bro, that's a business model right there, bro. You could you know someone has to piss. You know someone has to piss in that line. And you could charge them more to stand in line for them. You'd be like, it's $10 extra for me to stand in line for you while you go to the bathroom. Bro. $1 million idea right there, bro. I gave up on the flipping Pokemon idea. My spot has a limit of 1 item plus 1 sleeve. Then you can loop around. Would have to get there hours early to grab an ETB if they're restocked. Ah. I see. I mean, still, one ETB is like a $40 profit or something like that, so not bad, I guess, but probably not it. 2030s RV living and bedroom rentals, let's fucking go. Make it so the amenities are pay to use. I want to pull up on scalpers with food like a mobile convenience store. Bro, it'd be smart. You know they have money. You know they have money. And then you have all your ETBs, so when they don't get one, you can just try to scalp one real quick. You can overcharge. You're like, oh, you didn't get an ETB? Well, I have some. Yeah, these are some good business ideas right here, bro. These are some good business ideas. Because you also know there's some people in that line who just want some product. So, if they miss out on the product, they might buy something from you. You never know. Especially the Walmart, Target, Best Buy, me all open like an hour after each other. Would be easy to do a morning loop and hit all 3 at peak times. Yeah, you should try it, bro. You should try it. That'd be clutch. And it's probably even bigger where you live because you're in a major city. So, like, I bet there's more people than fucking get a cooler. Even if you selling waters for $1, you'll make profit. Oh yeah, dead ass. I bet you could make like a couple $100 a day. Dead ass. Ryan Trahan does that. There's that Penny series. Have you ever seen the Penny series, bro? You ever seen the Penny series? Oh man. Yeah, there's the one where he goes to Las Vegas, and I'm pretty sure he sells waters, and he makes like $200 or $300 or some shit like that. Penny series, 50 states, I think. Maybe it's this one. I crossed America with a penny. When COVID hit and the city and bars were closed, people were making bank selling mixed drinks at the parks and in the streets. Oh, that's sick. That's dope. Illegal as fuck, but I mean, fuck them. Fuck them, bro. Yeah, but in the Penny series, he goes and buys a cooler from fucking Walgreens, and he just buys a bunch of water and ice, and goes out and sells all the waters, gets the money for his flight, and then he just goes and returns the cooler. It's so funny, bro. So funny. Such a good series. Such a good series. You ever see the music video Say That Money by Lil Dicky? Of course, bro. Of course. I fucking love Lil Dicky, bro. He's funny. What's up, Harry? What's up, Harry? Appreciate you stopping in. Single pie TP ass bleed. All right, there's the market closed. Here, I'll get a poll for you guys. I know how much you guys love polls. Gonna save that money. Yeah. Huge hitting scalpers as snacks probably work well. Just get you some snacks that you like if it's gonna goes bust. I think waters would be clutch. Waters would probably be clutch. Cause that's a 2-for-1, you know? They get water and something to piss in. That's a 2-for-1 right there. So good. Watch the behind the scenes of it. They legit bought all the film equipment and everything from Best Buy, then returned it. Didn't spend a dime for the whole production. No way. I didn't know that. I knew they like went to like random people's mansions and asked if they could film there and stuff like that. Because they showed it like the end of the music video. But I didn't know. I've never watched the behind the scenes. That's hilarious. That's actually hilarious. Got to save that money. Hey. Yeah, save that money. Dang, didn't even think about the piss container aspect. Maybe get Gatorades wider mouths. Oh, man. Yeah, Gatorades cost extra. My cat's name is Princess. Well, I like your cat's name. What a good name for a cat. You got a bunch of random companies to pay to advertise on his hat/shirt, so I actually made money making it. That's awesome, bro. I'll have to watch that sometime. I've never watched that. But what does this have to do with saving money, though? It's okay. Another line would have been too expensive anyway. Or a full verse would have been too expensive anyway. That's why you tow a porta potty and charge. Amen. Charge them to use the porta potty and for you to wait in line for them. Fucking double whammy, bro. Double whammy. That's you're solid, man. That's got to be the most genius business idea, though. Just taking advantage of scalpers. It's got to be the most genius business idea ever. Why you rappers talking about it? You overpaying for it. We gonna say that money. Hey. Alright. Hopefully this comes out sometime soon. Try something. Alright. Gotta get ready for the stream clip. I gotta get the tears flowing, you know? We got a massive bet on Broadcom. Huge bet. Had to sell my dog for the bet. I had to sell my dog, bro. It's the only way I could afford it. I think today's the day for you to be on the right side of the trade. You think, bro? You think it's my day? I think so too, bro. I think I'm about to hit the bag. About to retire off this earnings. Dogs are temporary, tendies are forever. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it. Tendies are forever, he says. From the looks, he's a retail investor playing 0 DTE. Well, you must not be very smart. You must not be very smart. Assuming what I do without knowing anything. What's the expected move? I actually have no clue. I never looked. I usually don't look. Broadcom weeklies don't expire till Friday, sucker. Yeah, I wouldn't trust Jordan's opinion. I wouldn't trust anything that guy says. He probably doesn't know what he's talking about. You don't even know the implied move in playing earnings, bro. Regarded. Yeah, you're right, bro. I have no clue what I'm doing. I haven't made more money than you in the market or anything like that. You must be a really smart investor knowing what IV is. Congratulations, bro. Bro's biggest wins a meme stock? What does that have to do with anything? I still have made more money than you. Still a better trader than you. Still a better investor than you. So what does that have to do with anything? And work in the industry? Oh, well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're some fucking corporation's little bitch. Why I get to do whatever I want every single day and live my life. I'm sorry that you're a corporation's little bitch boy. Must be nice. Must be nice having a sweaty boss breathing down your neck all the time. Must be nice. I wish I could live that life. I wish I could live that life. Man, wouldn't it be nice to have a fucking sweaty fat guy breathing down your neck? Are you making the correct trade? Fucking scrub. It's pretty. If you have your Series 7, it's even more sad that I'm a better trader than you. It's even more sad. You've spent all that money and time in college, all those tests to get your Series 7, and some unemployed guy on YouTube's a better trader than you. Man, that must suck, bro. That must suck. That must suck, bro. I feel bad for you, honestly. Later, Jared. Have a good one, bro. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for supporting the stream, bro. Much love. Much love, Jared. Have a good rest of your day. Mute him? Alright, I'll mute him. I got you, bro. I got you. We'll mute him. Nobody likes that guy anyway. Just wait, Jordan. You're gonna feel real silly when this Broadcom option play hits. I think it's funny that people actually watch the shorts I post and take it seriously. Like, that's fucking hilarious, bro. I think it's funny that someone watches those and actually like thinks I'm losing money, and they're like so stupid that they can't even realize it's a joke. Like, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Who the fuck is this guy? It speaks to their level of intelligence and ability to investigate what is happening. I mean, I think it shows, I mean, if that guy actually has a Series 7 and he really thinks like that, I mean, it just goes to show that GameStop is like the greatest investment ever, because some idiot like that thinks they're smarter than they actually are. That's who you're betting against in the GameStop space. You're betting against some fucking sweaty nerd like that, who thinks they're smart because they passed like one of the easiest tests ever. Like, anyone, literally anyone can fucking study for like a few weeks or a couple weeks and pass that test. Like, that doesn't make you intelligent. pass the Series 7 but can't pass the IQ test in YouTube Shorts. Exactly, bro. Common sense isn't common, so they say. So they say. Common sense is not common. That's what I've heard. And these earning streams prove that most of the time. He's just jealous he doesn't have the unemployed starter package, bro. He's just jealous. He wishes he had the unemployment starter package. Why did it pump and dump last earnings? Probably because it's overvalued. Most likely. I don't really remember, but most likely overvalued. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! It's not down very much. Hopefully it goes up or down more so we can make a solid stream clip. I think the earnings are out though. Let's see. They haven't posted them on the website yet. Check the SEC website. No. I think they're out. They just haven't posted them on their website yet. Man, if it's gonna drop, it's gotta drop more for a good stream clip. Can't be having no pussy-ass 2% drop. That's weak. We need a solid drop for a good stream clip. Alright. Broadcom Inc. announces first quarter fiscal year 2026 financial results and quarterly dividend. Revenue of 19 billion basically for the first quarter, up 29% from the prior year period. GAAP net income of 7.3 billion for the first quarter. Non-GAAP net income of 10.1 billion for the first quarter. Adjusted EBITDA. Why do they do like 13,000 million? That's such a dumb way to put that. Adjusted EBITDA of 13.1 billion for the first quarter, or 68% of revenue. GAAP diluted EPS of 1.5 for the first quarter. Non-GAAP diluted EPS of 2.05 for the first quarter. Cash from operations of 8.2 billion for the first quarter. Less capital expenditures of 250 million. Resulted in 8 billion of free cash flow, or 41% of revenue. Quarterly common stock dividend of 0.65 per share. Second quarter fiscal year 2026 revenue guidance of approximately 22 billion, an increase of 47% from the prior year period. Second quarter fiscal year 2026 adjusted EBITDA guidance of approximately 68% of projected revenue. New $10 billion share repurchase program. Broadcom, a global technology leader that designs, develops, and supplies semiconductor and infrastructure software solutions, today reported financial results for its first quarter of fiscal year 2026, ended February 1st, 2026, provided guidance for its second quarter of fiscal year 2026, and announced its quarterly dividend. Broadcom achieved record first quarter revenue on continued strength in AI semiconductor solutions. Q1 AI revenue of $8.4 billion grew 106% year over year, above our forecast, driven by robust demand for custom AI accelerators and AI networking. Our AI revenue growth is accelerating, and we expect AI semiconductor revenue to be $10.7 billion in Q2. Consolidated revenue grew 29% year over year to a record $19.3 billion. Adjusted EBITDA increased 30% year over year to a record $13.1 billion, representing 68% of revenue. In Q2, we expect revenue growth to increase 47% year over year to $22 billion, with adjusted EBITDA of 68%. Consistent with our commitment to return excess cash to shareholders, we returned $10.9 billion in the first quarter through $3.1 billion of cash dividends and $7.8 billion of stock repurchases. The company's cash and cash equivalents at the end of the fiscal quarter were $14 billion, compared to $16 billion at the end of the prior first quarter. During first fiscal quarter, the company generated $8.2 billion in cash from operations and spent $250 million on capital expenditures, resulting in $8 billion of free cash flow. On December 31st, 2025, the company paid a cash dividend of $0.65 per share, totaling $3 billion. The differences between the company's GAAP and non-GAAP results are described generally under non-GAAP financial measures. Okay. Based on current business trends and conditions, the outlook for the second quarter of fiscal year 2026, ending May 3rd, 2026, is expected to be as follows. Second quarter revenue guidance of approximately $22 billion, and second quarter adjusted EBITDA guidance of approximately 68% of projected revenue. Guidance above is only an estimate. The board of directors of Broadcom has authorized a new share repurchase program to repurchase up to $10 billion of its common stock through December 31st, 2026. Repurchases under the new share repurchase authorization may be made through a variety of methods, including open market or privately negotiated purchases. The timing and amount of shares repurchased will depend on the stock price, business and market conditions, corporate and regulatory requirements, alternative investment opportunities, acquisition opportunities, and other factors. Broadcom is not obligated to repurchase any specific amount of shares of common stock, and the share repurchase program may be suspended or terminated at any time. Okie dokie then. Okie dokie then. How exciting is that? Well, that's lame. I was hoping it would sell off or go up more so I could make a good stream clip. Hopefully something happens. It's no fun. It's no fun without a stream clip. Doomsday survival package. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Don't forget to hit the like button. Nobody does that anymore for some reason. And subscribe as well if you like earnings streams. If you like earnings, we do these earnings streams basically every day. So if you're interested in stock earnings, make sure you subscribe. Man. This would have been I should have did the stream clip right when it dropped, I guess. Because now it doesn't look like we're going to get one. That sucks. That's lame. Oh, I got the perfect stream. Nah, I won't do it. I won't do it. Hopefully it just makes a move or something, but I don't think it's gonna move. Here, I actually got a way to make myself look dumb though, so I got an idea actually. I got an idea. The one time I bet calls and puts and the stock doesn't even move. How come every time I bet options I lose, man? I bet puts, the call goes up. I bet calls, it goes down. I bet both, it doesn't even move. Every time. There we go. Let's see how that one goes. Let's see how that one goes. It's gonna start going up now. Inverse the chart. Inverse Corey. That's what it should be. We should have listened to that guy with the Series 7, bro. Maybe we could have actually won. Should have listened to the guy with the Series 7. He probably knew what he was talking about, you know? Should have listened to him. One time... The one time I bet calls and puts and the stock doesn't even move. How come every time I bet options I lose, man? I bet puts, the call goes up. I bet calls, it goes down. I bet both, it doesn't even move. Every time. What a funny stream clip. What a funny stream clip. The one thing I do love about posting shorts, even though I dislike shorts, at least I don't have to make a thumbnail. Like, that's always nice. That's a benefit. Still got 30 minutes till the earnings call, I think. Kind of lame. What do we talk about in the meantime? Isn't there other stocks that have earnings? And like Webull had earnings or something like that? Down. That's not really moving. StubHub. Damn, down 11%. We should have did StubHub. Should have did a stream clip on StubHub. But that's okay. That's okay. Those stream clips are so dumb, bro. But they do so well for some reason. Like, it makes 0 sense. And it's even funnier that people actually take them seriously. Like, that makes it even funnier. It wouldn't be as funny if everyone thought it was a joke. But the fact that there's people out there that watch that and actually think it's serious, man, that's awesome. That's awesome. Not the premiums. Not the premiums. Wait, are we talking about like OnlyFans or something? What's a premium? What's a premium? Because, yeah, I do have a lot of OnlyFans premium subscriptions, so, you know, maybe the monthly payments on those will kill me. But I gotta get my goon in, you know? Gotta get my daily goon in. So stupid, bro. So stupid. Any 10? Probably not. I'm the wrong person to ask about 10, bro. You've been here long enough to know that. I am the wrong person to ask about that. Very rare is there any actual, like, decent 10 that's relevant. You gotta go on Reddit for that. I'm not the guy to ask for that. I'm not the guy to ask for that. The last 10 I talked about turned out to be a shitcoin pump, so I don't think I'm ever talking about tinfoil again, to be fair. I'll be right back real quick. My bad. I had to go to Target real quick, see if there was any Pokemon. Hopefully this earnings call starts sometime soon. Taking a while. Did I see Broadcom's doing 10 billion in share buybacks? Yes, I did. We read that about 20 minutes ago, or whenever it came out. But the stock's basically at all-time high. I mean, not really at all-time highs, but the stock's really expensive, so how beneficial is a stock share repurchase? I don't know. I think that's very debatable. I think that's very debatable. What do I think of Robinhood Venture Fund? I have no clue what that is, so I don't think about it. Never heard of it. Never heard of it. Yeah, pretty boring. Pretty boring, but that's okay. Stock market should be boring. Wish the earnings call started sooner. It's kind of lame when they start at 3. What do investors prefer between share buyback or investment? If the stock's undervalued, share buybacks, but most stocks on the market are overvalued, so I would say you'd get a better deal on an acquisition. I don't think buybacks are very worthwhile if you're buying back at an overvalued share price. What's my take on Take-Two Interactive? I don't have one. I don't think about that company. It's not interesting to me. So I don't have a take. It's pretty random company to bring up. Why are you bringing that up? I think that'd be a better question. GTA 6. What does that have to do with investing in business? It's going to be the best-selling piece of media. So your investment decision is based off of a video game and not the business as a whole. I think there's a flaw there. I think there's something wrong with that investment analysis. But no, I don't have an opinion on Take-Two. I don't really care about Grand Theft Auto, to be fair. I probably won't even play it. If I'm just being honest, I probably won't even play it. Red Dead Redemption was great. Yeah, I like Red Dead. You mean Red Dead Horse Riding Simulator? Yeah, I love Horse Riding Simulator, bro. It's a good game. I love getting on my horse and riding in the country. I like the first Red Dead more than the second one. The second one's good though, but there's too much horse riding. It's such a slow game. Such a slow game. I love RDR2, but I can only play it when my girl's out. She gets jealous of my horse. She gets jealous that you take your horse down the Old Town Road and you ride till you can't no mo. I think daily about the jiggle physics that'll be in the new GTA. Why am I not surprised? He's like, damn, I can't wait to see Leticia's ass or whatever her name is in the game. And then like Leticia, I can't remember. I just can't wait to see her ass jiggle as I'm playing. Hopefully there's a mod where I can make it jiggle more. Hours of yeah, come on, girl. It's okay, girl. Oh, man. That's funny. Giving your horse the emotional support it needs, but not your girlfriend. I see. I see. I see. Shout to Rockstar Games. I got Rockstar fame. Wanted level 5 cars till the cop cars came. Did I say level 5 cars? I meant to say level 5 stars. Isn't that wild that people like base their investment decision off of like a video game coming out? I feel like that's pretty wild when you think about it. When you think about it, that's wild that people base their investment decisions off of something like that. I don't even think Take-Two makes money. I don't know. I haven't looked at their balance sheet in a long time, but I don't even think they make money, so like it's kind of wild. What's up, Isaiah? How you doing, bro? What is a Q&A? What does this do? Start Q&A. Maybe we'll do that sometime. I don't know what that is. Never seen that. Never done that feature on the stream. Earnings call should be starting in a few minutes. We're just waiting. Pending the earnings call. I show Speeds playing Resident Evil 9. That's awesome. I own 0 shares. RE9's excellent. You played it? I want to play it. I've heard it's really good. I've been trying to avoid gameplay because it might be a game I actually like seek out to play one day. I'd rather play Resident Evil 9 over Grand Theft Auto 6, straight up. Resident Evil 9 seems like a lot funner. Grand Theft Auto is just going to be, you know, Grand Theft Auto. Just with better graphics and maybe some different stuff. Own 0 ships? What? Bought it 2 days ago. Been sweaty gaming on the storyline. Pretty good. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I can't wait to play it. I don't know when I'll get around to playing it, but I can't wait to play it. Resident Evil's PlayStation exclusive? Nah. Not anymore. I don't know. I think it was at one point, but not this time. I think the last few Resident Evils have been open, or I don't know what you'd call it. I could care less about GTA 6, especially with the online play. It's becoming oversaturated. Yeah, it's gonna be a microtransaction fucking hell. Could be worth playing though. I mean, if by some maybe there's like some real world value in the items you get early on, like maybe Grand Theft Auto could be worth playing. But that's probably like the only interesting reason. What time are they announcing? They already did. That was like 50 minutes ago or 45 minutes ago. Got released on Xbox as well. I'd rather have Godfather / Scarface remake remasters at this point. Oh, that'd be sick. That'd be sick. I'd want a Bully 2, bro. Bully 2 would be epic. I feel like that's the clear, like, best game. Bully was so fire. Might have to check it out. Forgot Gamestop into the console war with the assistance of Donnie J. And even the White House tweeted it out. Crazy. We almost had Bully 2. Yeah, I read an article about that. Too bad it never happened. Bully 2 would have been fire. The first one's so good. I love that game. That game was beyond its time. Spit a loogie in your hand, then slap other kids. Yeah, you could fucking give people swirlies and stuff. God, that was a good game. That was a good game. Good story, too. From what I remember. Obviously, it's been years since I've played that game, but from what I remember, it had a really good story. Where's Manhunt 3, though? Where's Manhunt 3 at? That game's ridiculous. Freaking Manhunt, bro. That is a wild game. Manhunt was sick. I was playing that a week ago. About a week ago! That's awesome. It's crazy to think that that game got banned in, like, certain countries. Yeah, bro, that game was savage. That game was savage. Or Shiv. I think the Razor Wire was the most brutal. The Razor Wire was brutal, bro. Ruben don't even know what day it is. Oh, damn, Ruben. Don't even know what day it is. That's so funny. That happens to me like every week though, so I can't really talk shit. There's like sometimes I never know what day it is. Taco Tuesday hits different on a Wednesday. The boss fight with the man pig haunted me for years. I don't remember that. I never played too much of that game. Moom almost got me going to McD's. You get that big arch, bro? Get that big arch meal? The CEO looked like he really enjoyed that. That big arch must be gas. Should I put the Rocket League gameplay up in the corner for the earnings call? Did you guys like that last time? I don't even know if anyone who's like here most of the time watches these earnings streams, but I'm curious if you guys enjoyed the gameplay up in the corner for the stream. I'm mid-workout salivating, thinking about McDonald's fries. Well, I don't really get why people like their fries so much. I don't really get the appeal. Running out of creative ways to eat Costco hot dogs. Might need to splurge on a big arch and big fries. Think the earnings call is gonna look like? I mean, it's just gonna be an earnings call. They're basically always the same. What's up, Kenny? How you doing, bro? Saltery, savory thing. Five Guys fries over McDonald's fries. There, I said it. Ugh. I kind of don't like Five Guys. I'm not a big fan of Five Guys. I like the patty melt from Five Guys. Honestly, KFC has pretty fire fries, but the earnings call is starting, so enjoy. Oh, never mind. I guess it's not starting. I thought it was starting. But KFC has decent fries. I'm usually listening the entire time. Sometimes get busy and just listening. Alright, for sure. I didn't think people would really be watching the stream, just listening. It's okay once in a while. For $1.50 they get me every time. Damn you, Costco. Don't make me get my shiv. I've been practicing. I gotta practice my stabbing. Hey, yeah. Have you seen that Futurama episode where Fry is a robot? I gotta practice my stabbing. Yeah. How come this isn't starting? The earnings call should be starting. Five Guys fries are never crispy. Yeah, that's why I don't like Five Guys fries. They're never crispy. Chick-fil-A fries on top.
Broadcom Inc.'s
I don't mind
first
waffle.
quarter
All right,
fiscal
enjoy the
year
earnings call.
2026 financial results conference call. At this time, for opening remarks and introductions, I would like to turn the call over to Ji Yu, Head of Investor Relations of Broadcom Inc.
Thank you, operator, and good afternoon, everyone. Joining me on today's call are Hock Tan, President and CEO, Kirsten Spears, Chief Financial Officer, Charlie Kawaz, President, Semiconductor Solutions Group, and Ram Velaga, President, Infrastructure Software Group. Broadcom distributed a press release and financial tables after the market closed, describing our financial performance for the first quarter fiscal year 2026. If you did not receive a copy, you may obtain the information from the investor section of Broadcom's website at broadcom.com. This conference call is being webcast live, and an audio replay of the call can be accessed for 1 year through the investors section of Broadcom's website. During the prepared comments, Hock and Kirsten will be providing details of our first quarter fiscal year 2026 results, guidance for our second quarter of fiscal year 2026, as well as commentary regarding the business environment. We'll take questions after the end of our prepared comments. Please refer to our press release today and our recent filings with the SEC for information on the specific risk factors that could cause our actual results to differ materially from the forward-looking statements made on this call. In addition to U.S. GAAP reporting, Broadcom reports certain financial measures on a non-GAAP basis. A reconciliation between GAAP and non-GAAP measures is included in the tables attached to today's press release. Comments made during today's call will primarily refer to our non-GAAP financial results. I will now turn the call over to Hock.
Thank you, Chi, and thank you everyone for joining us today. In our fiscal Q1 2026 total revenue reached a record $19.3 billion, and that's up 29% year on year, and exceeding our guidance on the back of better than expected growth in AI semiconductors. This top line strength translated into exceptional profitability, with Q1 consolidated adjusted EBITDA hitting a record $13.1 billion, which is 68% of revenue. These figures demonstrate that our scale continues to drive significant operating leverage. Now, we expect this momentum to accelerate as our custom AI XPUs hit their next phase of deployment among our 5 customers. So looking ahead to next quarter, Q2 26, we're guiding for consolidated revenue of approximately $22 billion, which represents 47% year-on-year growth. Let me now give you more color on our semiconductor business. In Q1, revenue was a record $12.5 billion, as year-on-year growth accelerated to 52%. This robust growth was driven by AI semiconductor revenue, which grew 106% year-on-year to $8.4 billion, way above our outlook. In Q2, this momentum accelerates, and we expect semiconductor revenue to be $14.8 billion, up 76% year-on-year. Driving this is AI revenue growth, which will accelerate very sharply to 140% year-on-year to $10.7 billion. Now, our custom accelerator business grew 140% year-on-year in Q1. This momentum continues in Q2. The RAM of custom AI accelerators across all our 5 customers is progressing very well. For Google, we continue our trajectory of growth in 26 with strong demand for the 7th generation Ironwood TPU. In 2027 and beyond, we expect to see even stronger demand from next generations of TPU. For Anthropic, we are off to a very good start in 2026 for 1 gigawatt of TPU compute. And for 27, this demand is expected to surge in excess of 3 gigawatts of compute. Our XPU franchise, I should add, extends beyond TPUs. Now, contrary to recent analyst reports, Meta's custom accelerator MTIA roadmap is alive and well. We're shipping now, and in fact, for the next generation XPUs, we will scale to multiple gigawatts in 27 and beyond. Rounding off for customers 4 and 5, we see strong shipments this year, and which we expect to more than double in 2027. We also now have a 6th customer. We expect OpenAI deploy in volume their first generation XPU in 2027 at over 1 gigawatt of compute capacity. Let me take a second to emphasize our collaboration with these 6 customers to develop AI XPUs is deep, strategic, and multi-year. We bring to the partnerships, each of them, unmatched technology in SerDes, silicon design, process technology, advanced packaging, and networking to enable each of these customers to achieve optimal performance for their differentiated LLM workloads. We have the track record to deliver these XPUs at high volumes at an accelerated time to market with very high yields. And beyond technology, we provide multi-year supply agreements as our customers scale up deployment of their compute infrastructure. Our ability to assure supply in these times of constrained capacity in leading-edge wafers, in high-bandwidth memory and substrates ensures the durability of our partnerships. And we have fully secured capacity of these components for 26 through 28. Consistent now with the strong outlook for our XPUs, demand for AI networking is accelerating. Q1 AI networking revenue grew 60% year-on-year and represented 1/3 of total AI revenue. In Q2, we project AI networking to accelerate a lot more and grow to 40% of total AI revenue. We are clearly gaining share in networking. let me explain. In scale out, our first to market Tomahawk 6 switch at 100 terabit per second, as well as our 200G SerDes, are capturing demand from hyperscalers, whether they use XPUs or GPUs this year. This lead will extend in 27 with our next generation Tomahawk 7 featuring double the performance. Meanwhile, in scale up, as cluster sizes and our customers expand, we are uniquely positioned to enable these customers to stay on direct attached copper through our 200G SerDes. As we next step up to 400G SerDes in 2028, our XPU customers will likely continue to stay on direct attached copper. And this is a huge advantage as the alternative of going to optical is more expensive and requires significantly more power. Reflecting the foregoing factors, our visibility in 2027 has dramatically improved. Today, in fact, we have line of sight to achieve AI revenue from chips, just chips, in excess of $100 billion in 2027. We have also secured the supply chain required to achieve this. Now, turning to non-AI semiconductors, Q1 revenue of $4.1 billion was flat year-on-year, in line with guidance. Enterprise networking, broadband, server storage revenues were up year-on-year, offset by a seasonal decline in wireless. In Q2, we forecast non-AI semiconductor revenue to be approximately $4.1 billion, up 4% from a year ago. Let me now talk about our infrastructure software segment. Q1 infrastructure software revenue of $6.8 billion was in line with our guidance. It's up 1% year-on-year. For Q2, we forecast infrastructure software revenue to be approximately $7.2 billion, up 9% year-on-year. VMware revenue grew 13% year-on-year. Bookings continued to be strong, and total contract value booked in Q1 exceeded $9.2 billion, sustaining an ARR, which is annual recurring revenue growth of 19% year-upon-year. Let me reinforce that this growth in our infrastructure software business reflects our focus and investments in foundational infrastructure. And our infrastructure software is not disrupted by AI. In fact, VMware Cloud Foundation, VCF, is the essential software layer in data centers, integrating CPUs, GPUs, storage, and networking into a common high-performance private cloud environment. As the permanent abstraction layer between AI software and physical chips, silicon, VCF cannot be disintermediated or replaced. It allows enterprises, in fact, to scale complex generative AI workloads effectively with agility that hardware alone cannot provide. We are confident that the growth in generative and agentic AI will create the need for more VMware, not less. So in summary, let me put it all together. For Q2 2026, we expect consolidated revenue growth to accelerate to 47% year-on-year and reach approximately $22 billion. And we expect adjusted EBITDA to be approximately 68% of revenue. So with that, let me turn the call over to Kirsten.
Thank you, Hock. Let me now provide additional detail on our Q1 financial performance. Consolidated revenue was a record $19.3 billion for the quarter, up 29% from a year ago. Gross margin was 77% of revenue in the quarter. Consolidated operating expenses were $2 billion, of which $1.5 billion was R&D. Q1 operating income was a record $12.8 billion, up 31% from a year ago. Operating margin increased 50 basis points year over year to 66.4% on favorable operating leverage. Adjusted EBITDA of $13.1 billion, or 68% of revenue, was above our guidance of 67%. Now let's go into detail for our two segments. Starting with semiconductors. Revenue for our Semiconductor Solutions segment was a record $12.5 billion, with growth accelerating to 52% year-on-year, driven by AI. Semiconductor revenue represented 65% of total revenue in the quarter. Gross margin for our Semiconductor Solutions segment was up 30 basis points year-on-year to approximately 68%. Operating expenses of $1.1 billion reflected increased investment in R&D for leading-edge AI semiconductors and represented 8% of revenue. Semiconductor operating margin of 60% was up 260 basis points year-on-year, reflecting strong operating leverage. Now moving on to infrastructure software. Revenue for infrastructure software of $6.8 billion was up 1% year-on-year and represented 35% of revenue. Gross margin for infrastructure software was 93% in the quarter, and operating expenses were $979 million in the quarter. Q1 software operating margin was up 190 basis points year-on-year to 78%. Moving on to cash flow. Free cash flow in the quarter was $8 billion and represented 41% of revenue. We spent $250 million on capital expenditures. We ended the first quarter with inventory of $3 billion as we continue to secure components to support strong AI demand. Our days of inventory on hand were 68 days in Q1 compared to 58 days in Q4 in anticipation of accelerating AI semiconductor growth. Turning to capital allocation, in Q1 we paid stockholders $3.1 billion of cash dividends based on a quarterly common stock cash dividend of 65 cents per share. During the quarter, we repurchased $7.8 billion, or approximately 23 million shares of common stock. In total, in Q1, we returned $10.9 billion to shareholders through dividends and share repurchases. In Q2, we expect the non-GAAP diluted share count to be approximately 4.94 billion shares, excluding the impact of potential share repurchases. We ended the first quarter with $14.2 billion of cash. Today, we are announcing our board of directors has authorized an additional $10 billion for our share repurchase program effective through the end of calendar year 2026. Now moving on to guidance. Our guidance for Q2 is for consolidated revenue of $22 billion, up 47% year-on-year. We forecast semiconductor revenue of approximately $14.8 billion, up 76% year-on-year. Within this, we expect Q2 AI semiconductor revenue of $10.7 billion, up approximately 140% year-on-year. We expect infrastructure software revenue of approximately $7.2 billion, up 9% year-on-year. For your modeling purposes, we expect consolidated gross margin to be flat sequentially at 77%. We expect Q2 adjusted EBITDA to be approximately 68%. We expect the non-GAAP tax rate for Q2 in fiscal year 2026 to be approximately 16.5% due to the impact of the global minimum tax and the geographic mix of income compared to that of fiscal year 25. That concludes my prepared remarks. Operator, please open up the call for questions.
Thank you. To ask a question, you will need to press star 11 on your telephone. To withdraw your question, press star 11 again. Due to time restraints, we ask that you please limit yourself to one question. Please stand by while we compile the Q&A roster. And our first question will come from the line of Blaine Curtis with Jefferies. Your line is open.
Hey, good afternoon. Thanks for taking my question. It's just a clarification than the question. Just clarification, Hock, on the greater than $100 billion. I think you said AI chips. I just want to make sure you're clarifying the difference between the ASICs and networking, and didn't know how racks revenue fits in there. And then the question, I think the biggest overhang on the group here is that you grew roughly double in the quarter AI. I think that's what kind of cloud capex is growing this year. I'm just kind of curious your perspective. I think given the outlook that you have for 27, you should be a share gainer. I'm just kind of curious your perspective in terms of the pessimism that investors kind of think of that the hyperscalers need to get a return on investment in this year or next year, or if not the year after. I'm just kind of curious your perspective, how you factor that into your outlook.
Well, what we have seen over the last few months and continue to see even more is, and it's really not so much talking about hyperscalers, our customers, Blaine, is limited to those few players out there, and some of them are hyperscalers, some of them are not hyperscalers, but they all have one thing in common, which is to create LLMs, productize it, and generate platforms, be it for enterprise consumption in code assistance or agentic AI, or be it for consumer subscription that we know about, whatever it is that few prospects, and many of whom are customers now, who are creating this, whether it's generative AI, agentic AI, but creating a platform. That's our customer. And with respect to each of those guys, we are seeing stronger and stronger demand for compute capacity, for training, which is something they do need constantly. But what is very, very interesting and surprising to us is very much for inference in order to productize the LLMs, their latest LLMs they create, and monetize it. And that inference is driving a substantial amount of compute capacity, which is great for us because these players, these 5, 6 customers of ours, are on the path to creating their own custom accelerators, and beyond that, their own design architecture of networking clusters of those custom accelerators. So I think we're going to see demand keeps picking up as we've heard announcements in the past 6 months. Now, to clarify your first part, Blaine, when I say we forecast, we have a line of sight that our revenue in 27 will be significantly in excess of $100 billion. I'm focusing on the fact that these are pretty much all based on chips, whether they are XPUs, whether they are switch chips, DSPs. These are silicon content we're talking about.
Thanks so much.
One moment for our next question. And that will come from the line of Harlan Sur with JP Morgan. Your line is open.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for taking my question, and congratulations to the team on the strong results. Hock, there's been a lot of noise around CSPs and hyperscalers embarking on their own internal XPU, TPU design efforts, right? We call it COT or customer-owned tooling. This is not a new dynamic with ASICs, right? I think the Broadcom team has been through this COT competitive dynamic before over the 30 years, right, that you've been a leader in the ASIC industry. And very few of these COT initiatives have ever been successful. Now on AI, some of these COT initiatives are coming to the market now, but it looks like they're at least 2x less performant than your current generation solutions, 2x less complex in terms of chip design complexity, packaging complexity, IP. So maybe just a quick two-part question. Hock, one for you is, given your visibility into next year, do you see these COT science projects taking any meaningful TPU, XPU share from Broadcom? And then maybe the second quick question for either you or Charlie is, given that Broadcom's TPU, XPU programs from a performance, complexity, IP perspective are 12 to 18 months ahead of any of these COT programs, how does the Broadcom team widen this gap further?
Well, that's a great question. And, it fits into that. I purposely took the time in my opening remarks to say that when any hyperscaler or LLM developer tries to become self-sufficient entirely in creating what you call a customer-owned tooling or COT model, they face tremendous challenges. One is technology, which is technology as it relates to creating the silicon chips, and particularly in XPUs, that they need to do the computing and that's needed to optimize and train and inference on the workloads they produce out of their LLM. That technology we talked about comes in from different dimensions. You need the best silicon design team around. You need really cutting edge SerDes, very advanced packaging, and just as much you need to understand how to network clusters of them together. We've been doing this for 20 years, more than 20 years, in silicon. And in this particular space today, in generative AI, if you're trying to, as an LLM player, to do your own chip, you cannot afford to have a chip that is just good enough. You need the best chips that is around, because you're competing against other LLM players, and most of all, you're also competing against NVIDIA, who is by no means letting down their guard. They are producing better and better chips with every passing generation. So you have to, as an LLM, trying to establish your platform in the world, have to create chips that are better than, if not competitive with, not just NVIDIA, but all the other platform players that you're competing against. And for that, you really need, our belief, and we see that firsthand, a partner in silicon with the best technology, IP, and execution around. And very modestly, I would say we are by far way out there. And we will not see competition in COT for many years to come. It will come eventually, but we're still a long way off, because the race which we see continues. And one thing I add in there that is particularly unique to us, when you create the silicon, you really have to get it up and running in high volume in production very quickly, time to market. We are very, very experienced in doing that. Anybody can design a chip in a lab that works well. Can you produce 100,000 of those chips quickly at yields that you can afford? And we don't see too many players in the world that can do that. Charlie?
I think you covered it very well, Hock.
Thank you, Hock. Thank you, Charlie.
One moment for our next question. And that will come from the line of Ross Seymour with Deutsche Bank. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks for letting me ask a question. Hock, in your script, you leaned a little bit more into the networking differentiation than you have in the past. So I guess kind of a short-term and a longer-term question. The short-term is, what's driving that up to 40% of the AI revenues? And the longer-term question is that percentage mix in that 100 billion plus. Is that changing now? What sort of leadership do you expect to maintain in that business, whether it's scale out or scale up? And is your leadership position there helping on your XPU side as you can optimize across both the compute and the networking sides?
Well, let's address the first part of that fairly complex question first, Ross. Yes, in networking, especially with the new generation of GPUs, XPUs that are coming out there, we're running at 200 gigabit SerDes out there in terms of bandwidth. And the Tomahawk 6 that we introduced over 6 months ago, in fact, closer to 9 months ago, we're the only one out there. And our customers and the hyperscalers want to run with the best networking and with the most bandwidth out there for their clusters. So we are seeing huge demand for this only 100 terabit per second switch out there. So that's driving a lot of the demand. And couple that with running bandwidth on scaling out optical transceivers at 1.6 terabit. We are, again, the only player out there doing DSP at 1.6 terabit. That combination is driving, I would say, the growth of our networking components even faster than our XPUs are growing, which is already pretty remarkable. So that's what you're seeing. But at some point, I would think these things will settle down, though we're not slowing down the pace because, as I said, next year in 27, we'll launch next generation Tomahawk 7, 2x the performance, and we'll probably be by far the first out there, and that will continue to sustain that momentum. But at the end of the day, to answer your question, yeah, I expect as a composition of our total AI revenue in any quarter, that we'll be ranging between probably 33% to 40% AI networking components.
Great. Thanks, Hock.
Thanks.
One moment for our next question. And that will come from the line of C.J. Muse with Cantor Fitzgerald. Your line is open.
Yeah, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the question. I'm curious, how are you thinking about the move to disaggregate prefill and decode from the GPU ecosystem and the impact to custom silicon demand? Are you seeing any potential changes in sort of the relative mix between GPUs and customer silicon?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, CJ. Could you clarify what you mean disaggregate?
Sure. Pushing off workloads to CPX for prefill and working off of Groq for decode, and having that disaggregated kind of world. And does that put any pressure in terms of the demand for custom versus going with a full GPU stack?
Okay, I get what you mean. That word disaggregation kind of threw me off. In a way, what you're really saying is, how is the architecture of AI accelerator, be it GPU or XPU, evolving as workloads starts to evolve? And that's what we are seeing very much in particular. The one-size-fits-all of a general-purpose GPU gets you only that far. It can still keep going on because you can still run different workloads, like you run mixture of experts, even though you want to run mixture of experts with sparse cores to be very effective. You hear the term. But in a GPU, you're designed for dense matrix multiplication. So you do it with software kernels, but it's not as effective as you'd hard code it in silicon and make those XPUs purposely designed to be much more performing for mixture of expert workloads, say. The same applies for inference. And what that drives down to is you start to see designs of XPUs become much more customized for particular workloads of particular LLM customers of ours. And the design starts to depart from what is the traditional standard GPU design, which is why, as we always indicate before, XPUs will eventually be more the choice, simply because it will allow flexibility in making designs that work with particular workloads, one for training even and one for inference. And as you say, one perhaps will be better at pre-filling and one to be better at post-training or reinforced learning or test time scaling. You can tweak your TPUs towards the XPU, Freudian slip, to a particular kind of workload LLM that you want. And we're seeing that. We're seeing that roadmap in all our 5 customers.
One moment for our next question. And that will come from the line of Timothy Arcuri with UBS. Your line is open.
Thanks a lot. I had just a question on sort of the puts and takes on gross margin as you begin to ship these racks. I mean, obviously, it's going to pull the blended margin down, but I'm wondering if there's any guardrails you can give us on this. It seems like the racks are maybe 45-50% gross margin. So I guess, should we think about that pulling gross margin down like 500 basis points roughly as these racks begin to ship? And I guess, part of that, Hock, is there some like floor to the gross margin, below which you wouldn't be willing to do, more racks? Thanks.
I hate to tell you that. You must be a bit hallucinating. Our gross margin is solidly at the number Kirsten reports. We will not be affected by the gross margin and by more and more AI products going out. We've gotten our yields, we've gotten our costs to the point where the model we have in AI will be fairly consistent with the models we have in the rest of the semiconductor business. Kirsten?
I would agree with that. I think on further study, relative to even comments that I did make last quarter, the impact relative to our overall mix is actually not going to be substantial at all. So I wouldn't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much.
One moment for our next question. And that will come from the line of Stacy Rasgon with Bernstein. Your line is open.
Hi, guys. Thanks for taking my question. I don't know if this is for Hock or Kirsten, but I wanted to dig in a little more to this substantially more than 100 billion next year. I'm trying to just count up the gigawatts. I counted, 8 or 9. You have 3 from Anthropic, 1 from OpenAI, so that's 4. You said Meta was multiple, so at least 2. That gets me to 6. Google, I figure, should be bigger than Meta, so like at least 3. That's 9, and then you got a few others. I thought that your content per gigawatt was sort of, call it in the $20 billion per gigawatt range. I guess what I'm asking is my math around the gigawatts you plan to ship in 27 correct? And how do I think about your content per gigawatt as that ships? Maybe it will be, quote unquote, substantially more than 100 billion.
Stacy, you have a very interesting perspective, and I got to admire you for that. But you're right. You can look at it at gigawatts, which is the right way to look at it instead of dollars, because that's how we sell our chips. So you have to realize, depending on our LLM customer, our 6 customers now, sorry, not 5, 6, the dollars per gigawatt, chip dollars varies, sometimes quite dramatically. It does vary. But you're right. It's not far from the dollars you're talking about. And if you look at it by gigawatt in 27, we are saying it getting close to 10 gigawatts.
Got it. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
And our next question that will come from the line of Ben Reitzes with Melius Research. Your line is open.
Hey, thanks. Hock, great to be speaking with you. Wanted to ask you about your commentary about supply visibility on those four major components through 2028. How'd you do it? This is probably you're the first one to kind of go out through the 28 timeframe. And secondly, after this astounding growth in 2027 for your AI business, do you have enough visibility to grow quite a bit in 2028 based on the supply that you see and that kind of commentary? Thanks a lot.
The best answer is, yeah, you're right. We anticipate this sharp accelerated growth. Nobody could anticipate the rate of growth is showing, but we kind of anticipate a large part of it, or I guess, for the longer than 6 months. We were early in being able to lock up T-glass, the infamous T-glass you all heard about. We were very early. We've locked up substrates. We have worked on our good partners on the rest of the stuff we talked about. And so the answer to your question is, it's somewhat anticipation early, and the fact that we have very good partners out there in these key components. What else can I say except that? Yes. Charlie, you want to add anything?
Yeah, just maybe a couple of quick ones. I think you covered that piece really well. I think, Ben, the other piece that's really important, as Hock said, we build custom silicon for 6 customers. We have very deep strategic multi-year engagement with them. They share with us, because of this custom capability, exactly what they anticipate at least over the next 2 to 3 years, sometimes 4 years. And so because of that, that's exactly why we went and secured all the elements Hock talked about. And when we secure this, it requires investments with these partners, sometimes developing not just more capacity, but the right technology and capacity for that. So we have to go secure it for multiple years. And you're right, we're probably the first one to secure that up to 28 or beyond.
And can you grow in 28 with what you see in supply? Sorry to sneak that in.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question that will come from the line of Vivek Arya with Bank of America Securities. Your line is open.
Thanks for taking my question. Hock, I just wanted to first clarify the Anthropic project you're doing, the $20 billion or so for a gigawatt this year. How much of that is chips and how much of that is kind of racks? I just wanted to understand when you say $100 billion in chips, is there a distinction between chips versus your rack scale projects? Because just that project is supposed to triple next year. And then my question is, your AI business is transitioning from kind of one large customer that was, where you had kind of exclusive partnership to now multiple customers who are using multiple suppliers. So how do you get the visibility and the confidence about, how your share will progress at these multiple customers? Because it's a very kind of fragmented engagement that they have across a whole range of cloud service providers and so on. So what are you doing to ensure that you have solid visibility and the right market share at this fragmented set of customers who are using multiple suppliers?
Vivek, you have to understand one thing about, first, as Charlie correctly put down very nicely, we only have very few customers, to be precise, 6. For the volume we're driving, the revenue we're driving, we only have just 6. Prior to that, even less recently. And number 2, also have to understand with the dollars each of them spend and the criticality of the nature of what they're embarking on. And that's why I threw out this term. Meta has MTIA. That's their custom accelerator program. To them, as to every one of my customers in this space, it's a strategic play. It's not optionality. To them, long-term, short-term, medium-term is strategic, extremely strategic. They don't stop, and they are very clear, each of them, on where they want to position this custom silicon within the trajectory of their LLM development and the trajectory of how they develop inference for productizing those LLM. That part, we have very clear visibility. Anything else on GPU, using NeoCloud, using cloud business, these are all transactional and optionality. So you have to split, you point out very correctly. It seems very confusing. Trust me, not for us, nor those customers we have. They're very strategic, they're very targeted, and they know exactly what they're building up and how much capacity they want to build up each year. And the only thing they think about is, can they do it faster? Otherwise, it's very strategic and targeted on a projected roadmap. Anything else you see in the mix is pure, I call it, opportunistic for these guys, the optionality. So it's very clear.
And on the clarification, Hock, Anthropic racks versus chips? Thank you.
I'd rather not answer that, but we're okay. As Kirsten said, we're good on our dollars and margin.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question that will come from the line of Tom O'Malley with Barclays. Your line is open.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my questions. I have one for Hock and one for Charlie. So Hock, I know you're very specific in particular about what you put in the preamble, and you noted that customers are staying at direct attached copper through 400 gig SerDes. Is there any reason you're pointing that out in particular, especially as a leading pioneer in CPO? And then on Charlie's side, as you're adding more customers here, I would imagine customers that design ASICs with you are going to use scale-up Ethernet. Maybe talk about scale-up protocols and how you see Ethernet developing there as well.
Okay, no, I'm just highlighting the fact that we're on networking. Our technology is really very, very uniquely positioning us to help our customers, and more than our customers, even customers using general purpose GPUs, not just XPUs, which is that, if you are running trying to create LLMs and creating your own AI data centers and designing it, architecting it, you truly want larger and larger domains or clusters and you really want to connect XPUs to XPUs directly where you can. And the best way to do that is use direct attached copper. That's the lowest latency, lowest power, and lowest cost. So you want to keep doing that, especially in scale up, as long as possible. In scaling out, we're past that. We use optical. That's fine. But I'm talking about scaling up in a rack, in a cluster domain. You really want to use direct attached copper as long as you can. And we are still, based on our technology that Broadcom has, especially on connecting XPU to XPU or even GPU to GPU, we can do it with copper. And we can push the envelope from 100 gig G to 200 G to even to 400 G. We have SerDes now running 400 G that can drive distance on a rack to run copper. Well, all I'm trying to say is you don't need to go run into some bright, shiny objects called CPO, even as we are the lead in CPOs. CPOs will come in its time, not this year, maybe not next year, but in its time. Charlie?
Yeah, no, well said, Hock. And on the question of Ethernet, with the debut of the cloud, Ethernet became the de facto standard in every cloud for the last 2 decades. If you look at the debut of the backend networks, as Hock articulated, there was 2 years ago a big fight about what protocol should be used to achieve the latency, the scale necessary on scale out. And the industry at the time, 24 months ago, was not clear. We were clear. We were very clear actually about what the answer should be. And again, because of the deep engagements with our partners, they made it very clear to all of us and the industry, GPU or XPU, that Ethernet is the scale out of choice. Check mark. Today, everyone is talking about scaling out with Ethernet. Now, when it comes to scale up, yes, exactly like what happened 3-4 years ago on scale up now, what's the right answer for this? And what we're hearing consistently and what we're seeing is the right answer is Ethernet. And as you know, last year we've announced with multiple hyperscalers and many of our peers in the semiconductor industry that Ethernet scale-up is the right choice. That's what we believe will happen. Time will tell, but a lot of the XPU designs we're doing, we're being asked to scale up through Ethernet, and we're happy to enable that.
Thank you both.
Thank you. And our next question that will come from the line of Jim Schneider with Goldman Sachs. Your line is open.
Good afternoon, and thanks for taking my question. Hock, it was helpful to hear you discuss the progress of your other full custom XPU engagements outside of TPUs. As we look into next year, is it fair to assume that those are mostly targeting inference applications or not? And then could you maybe qualitatively speak to either the performance or cost advantages relative to GPUs that is giving those customers the ability to forecast in such a large scale? Thank you.
Thanks. Most of our customers begin with inference, simply because that tends to be, the easiest path to start on. Not necessarily from anything else than the fact that, when you do inference, it's less compute. But also, then the question is, do you need this general purpose, massive, dense matrix multiplication GPUs when you can do it more efficiently, effectively with custom inference silicon XPUs that do the job better or just as well, much cheaper cost, lower power? And that's what we find these customers starting with. But they are now in training, and many of our XPUs are used both in training as well as inference. And by the way, they are interchangeable. Just a GPU can be used not just for training, which they are perhaps more perfectly suited to, but they can be used for inference. What we're seeing is our XPUs are used for both. And we're seeing that going on. But we're also seeing very rapidly, more for those customers who are much more matured in the progression I talked about in their journey towards complete XPU, that they will start to develop 2 chips each year simultaneously, one for training, one for inference, to be specialized. Why? Because what we're seeing very clearly for these players, LLM players, is you do the training to achieve a higher level of intelligence, smarts for your LLM. So great, you get yourself a great LLM, state of the art or more. Now you got to productize it, which means inference. Well, you can't then decide at that time you got your model going as the best, because if you decide then to do your inference productization, it'll take you a year at least to productize, at which time somebody else is going to create an LLM better than yours. So there's a leap of faith here that when you do training to create the next level of super intelligence in your LLM, you have to be investing simultaneously in inference, both in terms of the chip and the capacity. So our visibility is really coming out better and better as we find those 6 customers get more matured in their progression towards better and better LLMs. So yeah, that is the trend we are seeing It's not happening to all our 6 customers yet, but we are seeing a majority of them headed in that way right now.
Thank you. One moment for our next question. And that will come from the line of Joshua Buchalter with TD Cowen. Your line is open.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my question, and congrats on the results. Appreciate all the details on the expectations for deployments at specific customers. I was hoping you could just maybe reflect on how visibility has changed over the last 1 to 2 quarters that gave you the confidence to give us more details. And then on a specific one, you mentioned greater than 1 gigawatt for OpenAI in 2027. With that deal being for 10 gigawatts through 2029, that implies a pretty sharp inflection, I guess, in 2028. Is that the right way to think about it, and was that sort of always the plan? Thank you.
Yes. Well, yeah, this, as you all seen, and you all know, in this generative AI race that we are in now, and I shouldn't use the word race, let's call it progression among the few players we see here. I mean, it's a competition. Each is trying to create an LLM better than the other and more tailored for specific purpose, be they enterprise, be they consumer, be they search. Each one is trying to create it more and more. And all of that requires not just training, which is important to keep improving your LLM models, but inference for productization and monetization of your LLMs. And we are and probably call it the fact that we've been engaged with some of them now for more than a couple of years. We're getting better and better visibility as they have more and more confidence that the XPUs they are working on with us is achieving what they're getting at. As they get a sense that the XPUs they are working on with the software, with the algorithms they needed, that they are having more confidence that this XPU silicon is what they need. And they work, and it gets better and better. And as it gets better, we get more visibility, as Charlie puts up perfectly. Because at the end of the day, we only have 6 guys to work on. And these 6 guys are all, as I said, look at XPUs and AI in a very strategic manner. They don't think one generation at a time. They think multiple generation, multiple years. And in spite of all the hubris, noise out there on what's available, they think very long term on how they deploy the XPUs they develop with us, how they deploy in achieving better and better LLMs that they want to create, and more than that, how they deploy in monetizing. So we are part of their strategic roadmap. We are not in just optionality of, shall I use a GPU? Shall I use it in the cloud because I need to train for 6 months? No, this is more than that. The investment these guys are making are long-term, and it's great to be part of that long-term roadmap as opposed to a transactional roadmap. And the noise, as I answered an earlier question is there's a lot of noise that makes up short-term transactions with what is long-term strategic positioning of our business and our product. And to sum it all, I think our business in XPUs is a strategic, sustainable play for all the 6 customers we have today.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is all the time we have for Q&A today. I would now like to turn the call back over to GU for any closing remarks.
Thank you, Cherie. Broadcom currently plans to report its earnings for the second quarter of fiscal year 2026 after the close of market on Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. A public webcast of Broadcom's earnings conference call will follow at 2 p.m. Pacific. That will conclude our earnings call today. Thank you all for joining. Cherie, you may end the call.
This concludes today's program. Thank you all for participating. You may now disconnect.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Make sure you guys hit the like button on your way out, and if you're interested in earnings calls, make sure you subscribe. We do these earnings calls every day, so make sure you subscribe. And if nobody has anything to talk about, probably end the stream here in a second. And it don't look like anyone has anything to talk about, so I don't know. If you guys want a stock that's actually not overvalued like everything else in the market, maybe look into GameStop. And yeah, that's all I gotta say. So, goodbye.